Oh, there you go. I was going to say that you got people mic, but you don't have people
I
yet.
don't have people, but I have mics.
Okay. Started with an S. Woman.
Sapna.
Glasses, roll.
I know who you mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
She just said we'd probably start 10 minutes late.
Oh.
So. Whatever it takes.
I can
10
stand.
minutes, 20 minutes?
I can stand for 10 minutes.
We'll be ready.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Ed.
Right.
Thanks so
Oh,
much.
and this door should be closed. And this door should be closed too, just to keep the sound
Yeah.
of the elevator. And then that door should be closed also.
Which door? Oh, yeah, yeah. The one that's closed. Cool. Right?
Through.
You know how to get to the place with the water?
Oh, by the bathrooms.
Yeah, do you know how to get to the
Yeah,
water?
Just go up a level and then out, and it's by the bathrooms.
You'd be on the A level.
A-level lobby?
Yeah.
No, A level and lobby are, the lobby for the building, the lobby for the theater.
For the theater.
That's the A level.
Yeah.
You can take this, but then it's confusing because you gotta go up the stairs.
Yeah, I just want to fill this up.
Okay. I'll show you this way so that you know it.
Thanks so much, Jack.
It's just up a level here, right?
Yes, so let's go up a level on this.
Yeah, I was just looking for the middle of the stairs.
It'd be good to know that elevator
That one
too.
has gate bars.
पिछले 16 सालों से चल रहे इस विशाल कारवां में हर साल दुनिया के विभिन्न हिस्सों से तमाम भाषाओं से नए नए लेखक, अनुवादक, प्रकाशक, हर तरह के किताब प्रेमी साथ जुड़ते आ रहे हैं और साहित्य का यह महाकुंभ, ये हमारा कथा सरित सागर निरंतर बड़े से बड़ा होता जा रहा है।
The 2023 Jaipur Literature Festival has been, in a word, spectacular.
I think the book gives a kind of satisfaction which nothing else does.
एक शख्स है ये जो दर्द की बातें करता है जैसे सिर्फ उसी का है ये, शायद उसकी अपनी ही ईजाद है ये और अपनी सिफत बना ली है। शायद वो शायर है, शायद वो शायर है।
Jaipur Literature Festival is really special because it's very concentrated, and not only, it's the most poetical festival in the world, the most vivid festival, and I think also the most intellectual, because you have people from all over the world.
It's like, you know, that slow release pill which makes your fever better by slow release in your body. The ideas actually osmotically keep fermenting in your brain. If the festival is able to achieve that for such a large number of people, I think it's more than fulfilling its promise.
इसीलिए मैं कई बार कहता हूँ दोस्तों, मंजिल मिलेगी भटक कर ही सही, मंजिल मिलेगी भटक कर ही सही, गुमराह तो वो है जो घर से निकले ही नहीं।
I brought my daughter here when I came to the festival for the second time. She was 3 and she'll be joining me in a bit. She's 13 now, and that's how things have changed, that's how things have grown, and that's how the festival has grown on all of us.
So baby, don't hold me back like a warm wind.
This feels to have its own character. It's not an offshoot of some European festival. It's not something that's been plonked here from somewhere else. It's organic. It feels very much like India. I love this place.
We come here with a certain vision, then we listen to people. They have their different ideologies, different patterns of thinking. We feel that, yes, the world is beyond our thinking.
And it's mind-blowing to go to a session you know nothing about and come back learning so much about it.
It has put Jaipur on the world map, right? People get to experience the culture, the heritage, and the idea of India at this pink city of Jaipur.
They're probably attracted not just because it's a literature festival, but it's also a really exciting, cool space to be.
But now I see such a diverse group of people, and I'm even more happier because it gives us a place to also network and talk to people, learn about their experiences.
The handmade things that we get to buy here, I think they are very unique, just like Jaipur is.
You always see a lot of young people here, so it gives you the idea that the younger generation is reading and meeting writers. Like, I didn't have the chance when I was growing up, so I feel happy for the younger people.
If you see tears in my eyes and if you feel a lump in my throat, it's there. Because it's that of happiness, gratitude and humility that, hey, you really want me after 53 years. I can't do without you, and you can't either do without me. JLF, we're made for each other.
To hear the different ranges from across India of different traditions and different cultures, and to have that kind of performance component of the festival as part of the literary component is a really significant addition.
Today, the Heritage Night has been absolutely mesmerizing. There are no words that can describe it.
So it was surreal. I don't remember what my life was for those few hours that I was here. You know, I felt like I'm somewhere else in another parallel universe, completely elevating. Yeah, surreal is the word.
This evening, I feel like a king, you know. I feel like a king because I'm literally trying to imagine and feel the vibe.
They come here to attend the Literature Fest, so music is a bonus to them. And then if we add that with a lot of philosophy, that's what every musician relates to music as philosophy here. It's just not a bunch of musical notes or rhythmic notes, you know.
आप इतने बड़े स्टेज में आपको मौका मिल रहा है तो आप क्या बात कर रहे हैं, आप क्या कह रहे हैं, तो आज हमने जो भी हमने बात करी वो दिल से की, जो इन्होंने कहा कि प्रेम मिला है।
अब इसके लिए 1 साल वेट करना पड़ेगा. So that is like, really, do we have to really wait for another year to be here again? Amazing, amazing experiences we've had.
Welcome to Jaipur. It's really exciting to be here, and we have 3 incredible panels, and then a performance, and then a reception with wine, and we have water too, but you could have some wine, and a chance to really talk about all of these sessions, which are so exciting. And for us here at the Asia Society, I feel that we are in complete concord with the vision and excitement of what JLF is as a global literary festival of ideas and thinkers, and it's such a pleasure to be able to share it in person. Remember that when COVID was all around and we all had to stay home? Well, we're coming out, and that's really exciting. I just wanted to ask all of you, if you have cell phones, please go ahead and use them for your social media. Reach out, put your ideas out there in the world, but turn the ringer off. That would be great. And it's my pleasure and honor to bring Sanjoy Roy up, who is the mastermind, or one of the masterminds behind this festival, and making this such a global, exciting moment. Sanjoy.
Good evening. We didn't start out thinking that we're going to become the biggest literature festival in the world. It was an accident in the making. And even though Harvard Business School in its case study sort of said that we had a 5-year and a 10-year and a 15-year plan to take over the world, let me tell you, it wasn't anything like that. It was in part an accident waiting to happen. Two people, John and Faith Singh, some of you may know, they used to run an apparel company called Anokhi, which does beautiful block print textiles in Jaipur. John had been involved in built heritage, or restoring the built heritage in the old city of Amer, and of course in the Pink City. And they'd come out to the Edinburgh festivals in the early 2000s, I think, 2001, where we used to do a lot of work looking at how do you bring the arts, marry it to built heritage, and create a value for it so that people don't tear down old buildings or repurpose them. And in Jaipur at that point of time, many people were tearing down their old havelis and hotels and palaces and so on and so forth, and making what we do make these days, malls and new buildings and office blocks and WeWork places and so on and so forth. So they asked us to come in and help them set up a festival, which we did. It was called the Jaipur Virasat Heritage Festival. We didn't run it at that point of time because we felt that Jaipur, like India, lived in many different realities at the same time, lived in many different centuries at the same time, and we weren't really party to that or understood how Jaipur works, so we produced some programs within that larger festival. But some years down the line, the festival itself found itself in some sort of financial problems, and they reached out again and said, you know, it's your baby, you started it, you have to come and rescue it. And so within that existing festival, Namita Gokhale and William Dalrymple had been programming a literature or a literary segment. So what we did is we took that out of the main festival and created what is now come to be known as the Jaipur Literature Festival, which is not necessarily only about literature. Literature is at the core of it, but it's about music, it's about craft, it's about everything to do with culture and tradition and heritage and innovation and looking into the future. And it's about ideas from across the world. It's about writings from across the world. And our primary motivation in all of this is to see that, you know, in today's world of WhatsApp, where we tend to get a lot of disinformation rather than information, whether the considered work of writers who've spent time researching and writing could perhaps break through the ignorance that surrounds so many of us. And, you know, ignorance in many ways leads to hatred, because people don't understand another religion, another color, another people, another caste, whatever. And that hatred inevitably leads to violence, which seems to be gripping all of us. Not just the violence that you see in the wars of Ukraine and Russia or Libya, etc., but it's the violence that you see online today. It's the violence of the image, the violence of the word. It's the stalking. It's all of the terror that you see online. And that's one of our efforts that we do at the Jaipur Literature Festival, and the many JLFs that we have across the world. We're absolutely delighted. 7 years ago, we set up JLF in New York with our then partners at MoMA. And then 5 years ago, Rachel and I, we go back many, many years. We've done so many different things at Asia Society and fought with Homeland Security, in fact, trying to get some of the artists onto this particular stage. And this was obviously our natural home in New York. So 5 years ago, we set up shop here. And what COVID did was really change the way that we programmed. We were up and running, I think 4th of April, 23rd of March, India went into lockdown. 4th of April, we went online, not really knowing if anybody was going to watch what we were putting out. But we were very clear that with all our many partners, universities and hospitals and researchers, we wanted people to know where COVID was going, what was the new research coming out. it was on that platform that Dr. Sharad Paul in New Zealand stepped up and said that he thought that this virus had come not directly from the bat to a human being, but perhaps from a bat to a civet cat to a pangolin in the wet markets to a human being. It was where Dr. Sid Mukherjee, right here in New York, came out of his operation theater and said, people are not dying of COVID per se, but they're dying because of the clots that this virus is causing in human beings, and that's how they're dying. And very quickly we realized, in the first 5 or 6 weeks, that millions of people started watching. In that first season, we had 4.5 million people watch from across the world. And it was at our first main festival online in 2021, we had about 25 million people who watched the Jaipur Literature Festival, and it opened up a whole different being for us. I mean, for us, we've always reached out to Commonwealth countries or English-speaking countries. Internationally, the US is our largest on-ground visitors as well as online. But here what we found, number 3 and 4 was China and Germany. Number 5 was Indonesia. Number 6 was Uzbekistan. No idea why. I haven't analyzed that one yet. And today, because we are online as a necessity now, we've got this huge community. Just before coming, I was looking at the new statistics of people watching us, and we realized in the first 20 cities, biggest populations watching us, we had 2 cities from Saudi Arabia on our list. So, we've sort of evolved in different ways, and some of the programming has evolved too. We're absolutely delighted to welcome all our wonderful speakers. Yesterday, we had some great sessions at the National Arts Club with the wonderful Madhur Jaffrey. She celebrated 90 years and the 50th anniversary of the publication of her first book. And boy, oh boy, she was all there, her memory intact, and it was really a celebration. And of course, we had Martin Puckner talking about a book that you all must buy, which is the history of literature and how literature has shaped the world. And of course, we had great poets. We went across to the Center for Fiction in BAM, and we had a couple of great sessions there. And today, it's here at Asia Society. So welcome to everybody. A big thank you to Rachel and to all her colleagues at Asia Society. Really, all of us at Teamwork just find it wonderful to be here to partner with them. And thank you all for stepping out here today. We know that it's a working day, and it's always difficult to get out of work. There's always something more important to do. But like we say, coming to a place where there is a conversation and a debate means you get to learn things that perhaps you wouldn't otherwise know about. So thank you all for coming, and welcome to all our writers. Thank you. Namita Gokhale, our festival co-director, couldn't join us here in New York, but what we did is recorded a message from her. Namita is an author, publisher, and of course also co-festival director. Namita Gokhale.
I'm from the Himalayas, and my home state of Uttarakhand was an integral part of the ancient trade routes from the roof of the world. The unique spiritual culture of the Trans-Himalayan region carries the deep imprint everywhere of Tibetan thought and practice. This key session, Writing Tibet, Remembering Tibet, with Dominique Townsend, Tsering Wangmo Dhompa, and Tenzin Dickie in conversation, is an important assertion against amnesia and against forgetting. The living memory of Tibetan culture and spiritual practices
That seemed to have been the video for Namita introducing the session on Tibet. We'll just play her video with the message for the festival.
I'm from the Himalayas, and my home state of Uttarakhand was an integral part of the ancient trade routes from the roof of the world.
Well, we always need more Namita. And soon we will have more once we figure out where that particular welcome is. Needless to say, she's worked tirelessly to welcome all of you. I'll try to put my Namita-ness in the room. I just want to again thank Teamworks and Sanjoy and Siraj and the whole team. It's been amazing. And so much of what they've talked about is also parallel with the goals and hopes of the Asia Society. This is a unique place, not only in New York, but in the world. We have 16 centers globally, but we're really about a way to look at the world three-dimensionally. So both from the arts and culture, but also policy and education, and how they all come together, how they always have to come together, and how all of us bring our critical thinking to whatever conversation we're a part of, and that's really what today is. I am really excited about Manil Suri being here in conversation with Patrick Honor. A universe built on math, the big bang of numbers. And I feel like this is a moment where science is becoming important in a whole new way. I think it's about a worldview that, in a way, Oppenheimer captures part of that. There's a part of the scientific world that really does define how we tell stories and what stories become reality. So I want to mention that the book is on sale in our bookstore upstairs, and after the session, if you get the book or if you've brought one already, he has generously agreed to sign the book. So please do meet with him after this session. Mathematician and novelist Manil Suri's latest book, The Big Bang of Numbers, How to Build the Universe Using Only Math. Got that? Only math. We're all going to try that, right? Embarks on a mathematical origin story spanning the universe, an inspired and insightful journey through the fundamental mathematical concepts that form the cornerstones of our existence. Suri's visionary work takes us on a riveting ride to infinity and beyond in conversation with Patrick Honor. And if you've read his other books, you'll know what a pleasure it is to read his work. So please join me in bringing both of them to the stage.
A fitting introduction to our talk today about the universe built on math, big bang of numbers. I'm so excited to be here with you and to talk about this. Manil Suri, a mathematician, novelist, so many things that I'm hoping to learn about from you. But my first question is, you've written books. I know mathematicians who are writers, who are authors, but I don't know that any who are novelists. This is your first book about math. Like, what was it that gave you this idea to write a book about math?
Well, that's a good question. The way it worked was I finished my, I guess, 3 novels, and then I said, okay, you know, I have all this exposure that is with the general world, audiences that are not mathematicians. So wouldn't it be great if I actually did a little bit of public service almost and pushed the math message out there? I wrote something that would be accessible and would be an outreach kind of project and wouldn't take much time. That was the main thing. You know, it would be a quickie. That was in 2012 or 13. So you can see that that last bit was a miscalculation. So this actually took the longest of any book that I've written.
Well, there are lots of books about math for, you know, the general audience, popular math books. And it's tricky business, right? Because people have complicated relationships with math. You know, maybe people like us, we're very pro-math. So it's a positive part of our lives. Not true for everyone. People write math books maybe to try to show people how the geometry that they learned in schools all around them, or how maybe understanding probability and statistics can help them make better decisions. You had a slightly more ambitious goal. Your goal was to, with the reader, construct the universe using only mathematics. A little more ambitious than trying to get people to, you know, have a better relationship. So what was it about that goal that really kind of sucked you in?
Yeah, so you know, since I'm a storyteller, I was looking at a story. I wanted it to be a narrative. And the traditional way that math books would have a narrative is to look at the history of mathematics. And there's some excellent books that have been written with that kind of framework. Maybe it's about a certain topic, but you know, you look at it historically. And my question was, is there another way to do it? And so that's where, you know, I started thinking, okay, can you really build up everything just using mathematics? And I also remember, you know, this scene right back from when I was a student in Bombay, which is now Mumbai, and I was sitting in an algebra class in college, and this professor of ours gave us this very famous saying, which is by Kronecker, and the saying is that God gave us the integers, the whole numbers, and the rest all is the work of man, that humans then took that and then constructed all of mathematics from it. And then what he said is, actually, I can do better than that. I don't even need God. I can just start with nothing and make the integers as well. And he actually showed us this on the blackboard. And it was truly something that was amazing. It was almost like a religious experience, the closest I've been to one, I guess. But really, suddenly, all these numbers were flowing out of what he had done. It was like the walls were disappearing, and you know, the roof was gone, and it was like a big universe of numbers. And I think back then was this point was where I switched. The same professor made me switch from physics to math, and so I became a math major. And so maybe that's been lurking around in my mind as, you know, can you have a Big Bang kind of thing with numbers? Can you explain existence based on numbers, on mathematics? So that's what I've tried to do in this book.
So that's where the Big Bang of numbers was born. It was in that math class? Yeah,
exactly. And this is, you know, it's a simple construction, but essentially you start building, you start with nothing, which is what we equate to 0 essentially. And then from that you can create 1 and 2 and 3 and basically get all the numbers. So the question is, then can you go any further? And one of the things I did in this book was, it was originally a novel. And I decided, okay, I'm going to make the numbers alive. They're going to be personalities. They're going to be, you know, little critters that are running around. After all, you have this universe that has just started. So these numbers are going to be the only inhabitants of the universe. So I wrote this whole book as a novel first, and then unfortunately my editor did not like it. And she said that, hey, people who read math books are not going to read a novel. And I said, well, let me try it out with some people. And some people really liked it. There's a famous mathematician whose name I will not tell you, but I sent it to him, and he said, the only two things I don't like about this book, it was called The Godfather of Numbers. He said, the two things I don't like about this book, one is the title, and the other one is the story. So maybe, maybe it was time to go back to the editing board.
Well, it's interesting, in reading this book, so it's a beautiful book. I brought my copy so I can get it autographed later.
And it's not a novel anymore, so, that person, if he's there in the audience, I've changed it, so.
But I would say that, in reading this book, so there were a lot of ways, I appreciate this book on a lot of different levels. I read a lot of popular math books and math books as well. I think one of the things that makes this book unique is that it really is a story. And so I would, in opposition to this famous mathematician, I would say that the story really comes out and it really drives the development of all the mathematics. And you talk about the numbers having personalities. There are mathematical characters in this book, right? 0 is a character, 1 is a character, I, the imaginary unit, is a character. You give them personalities. Like where did that come from?
So I think some of it actually came from a student that I had in a first-year seminar. I was teaching this, and she had I don't know if people here are familiar with synesthesia, where you actually have colors that you see with numbers and so on. She actually had a different kind where she actually thought of numbers as people. So she had a little family of numbers where 1 was a little guy, and then 2 was his older sister, and 3 was the mommy, and so on. She had a whole family, and it went up to 9 or something. But that's maybe where this started, trying to imbue these numbers with some sort of personalities. And it was very interesting because she also had colors associated with each number. And she told me, Dr. Suri, when you use orange for 4, I just feel like screaming because orange is blue. And so, I was very careful after that not to use it, unless I wanted to torture her, then I would start mixing up the colors. But that's where that first came into my head, and I think I managed to keep some of that in this book. So my editor, I was able to slip it past her.
Yeah, so there are these characters, there's a story. You give, nature also has a lot of personality in your story. It's interesting, one of the things I wanted to talk to you about was the book takes a turn into physics at some point because we're not, when Manil says he's constructing the universe, it's not just the mathematical universe, you're constructing the physical universe using math. And so there has to be kind of a physical turn in there. And I was curious to know where your interest in physics came from. Obviously, I guess you say this math teacher turned you from physicist to mathematician long ago, but could you talk a little bit about the personality of nature as well?
Yeah. So here's the way the book works. First is these numbers that come out of nothing, and then you form different kinds of numbers. Then you form geometry, which is very interesting, just because if you, and I keep comparing this to religious beliefs and religious constructions of the universe. So in most theological constructions, you always assume that empty space is already there. Like God creates the universe, Brahma blows out the universe, so on and so forth. But there's always some sort of matrix of points, perhaps, where all these creations can be put in. And so that part, I think mathematicians, we can do more with that. We can actually say how this empty space comes about. So that's like the second part of the book. And then after I'd created empty space, then I had a problem. And that is that mathematics can do wonders with the abstract, with plans, with detailed schemes. But how do you use mathematics to actually create something that is tangible? Like even the humblest particle, mathematics alone, you won't be able to do it. And so I had to figure out a way to bridge that gap. And the way I decided on doing that was to introduce this entity called nature. And the way I think about it is just like when you have a house, you make the plans, you hire somebody to make the plans, but then it's a contractor who actually translates that into reality. So that's the way that I started thinking of nature, that nature is the force or entity or whatever you want to call it that translates mathematical designs into physical reality. And we aren't really going to go into that, how that mechanism is, because this is a book that's based on mathematics, but that's where nature comes in.
And nature as a contractor is lazy.
Well, yes, yes. And nature is also, if you've ever tried to get anything done with a contractor, like getting a house done or even a bathroom redone, you'll know that there are always these little errors that creep in. And so nature is, first of all, wants to minimize her effort. Secondly, she's going to do things at random, and she's going to maybe put her print on things, her watermark on things. And so there's a lot of randomness and errors that you see in the world, and that is basically nature being idiosyncratic.
And yet mathematics allows us to work with those idiosyncrasies towards some kind of design.
Exactly, and that's one of the very basic questions about mathematics. Is mathematics something that just describes the universe? Like, is it something that's uncanny in terms of how well it can actually describe everything, physical phenomena and so on? Or is mathematics a little more than that? Could mathematics be some sort of intrinsic force that actually drives the universe, that actually is behind things? So in this reversed view, rather than mathematics forming a model and describing nature and describing the world, it's the other way around. So the mathematics is the primal force, and the universe that we see is actually an approximation of that mathematics. It's a physical manifestation of that mathematics. And this reversal is kind of interesting because it allows you to do a lot of neat things, gives you a different perspective, and allows you to think about our world in a very different way.
And one of the things I really liked was how you, I think, presented mathematics in these different ways. Like, certainly there's abstraction, but there's also this idea of tinkering, of playing around with mathematics. And as a math teacher myself, I'm on day 5 of our school year, and one of the things I'm trying to do early on with my students is to get them to play around with ideas, to explore and to make conjectures. And I think in this book you are presenting these different sort of facets of mathematics, and that must have been one of your goals, I guess, in doing this public service, in writing this very short book that you were going to do.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that's one of the key things in math education, that unless you actually play with it, and you have to use that word play, and it has to feel like play, you're probably not going to get as involved with it as you should, or as you might be able to otherwise. And I think both you and I probably are aware as math teachers about how difficult it can be to get people motivated about it. But if you catch students early enough and you include a lot of this play aspect, which is what math is and which is what I try to bring out in this book, then that can make a real difference. And one aspect is, of course, to play with it in your mind, but also tactile stuff. So one of the nice things that I was able to put in this book was how you can describe geometry in terms of crocheting. I don't know if anyone in the audience crochets. Yeah, so there are some of you there. But it's very interesting. Imagine that you're trying to crochet a plane, just a plane, And you can draw, you can make circles, you can crochet one circle after another and expand it out. And if you keep doing that, you'll get a flat plane. Now, if you go to crocheting websites, you'll see that they talk about some things that can go wrong with it. And the first thing that can go wrong is, as you're crocheting, you're putting in too little material. If you put in too little material, rather than staying flat, this thing is going to start curving like this. And if you keep going and you do it the right way, you'll get a sphere. And that's actually an alternative geometry. It's a curved geometry that is different from the flat geometry of a plane. But there's something else too. These same crocheting websites will also talk about another effect called curling or ruffling. And that happens when you add too much material in. So if you start adding too much material, where is this material going to go? It's not going to be able to stay flat anymore. So what happens is that the edges of your little patch start ruffling. And you start getting these waves along the edges. And if you keep doing that, you get this entirely new geometry called hyperbolic geometry. And these things were mathematically looked at by mathematicians in the 19th century or something, and on purely abstract means. But 50, 60, 70 years later, this is what Einstein used in terms of explaining relativity and in terms of explaining gravitation. He talked about the curvature of space-time. So this is one of the mysteries of mathematics. Very abstract stuff can lead to really concrete applications. So again, the reason I tie this into what you were saying is that in classes, when I've talked about this, I teach a kind of seminar on this, and a couple of the kids were crocheting, and they actually started making these hyperbolic surfaces. And one of them came up with a neat thing, and that was tic-tac-toe on this hyperbolic surface. And that's a great thing, and I have to put it on the website somewhere. But notice there's extra material, so there's some extra squares in there. And that suddenly makes, everyone is bored with a 3x3 tic-tac-toe game. But with this, it becomes exciting again. So, it's that kind of play that can be really helpful.
Yeah, I certainly work for that sort of sense of play in class, and something that I'm thinking about, having read this book, is the role of story as well in helping people understand things and learn things and making those ideas stick. And we're talking about chapter 2. We'll just go through the days really quick. So there are 7 days of creation.
Right.
Day 1 is arithmetic. We create the numbers. Day 2, geometry. We talk about this. Day 3 is algebra. Mm-hmm. Algebra apparently spoke to you. Perhaps you can tell us what it said.
Yeah, and algebra is actually, remember this was where I had to get nature. Well, how are you going to communicate with nature? And that's where you need algebra, because that's the kind of a basic way that you can actually talk to nature. So that's day 3.
Yeah, and algebra, of course, is the way to find, explore, and exploit structure. And that's exactly, those are the rules the lazy contractor of nature will use to build the universe. Patterns, physics, infinity, and then finally emergence. Maybe we can pick one of those you'd like to talk about, but just to wrap up geometry, another thing I really like about the book is that you give the sense of play, the sense of you have this I guess metaphor for exploring the plane, that you're lighting up points in the plane that satisfy some condition to create circles and lines and things like that. So it's this interactive sense of play. But you also touch on some real philosophical issues, both in mathematics and I think in nature as well. Like, what is the true geometry of the universe? You just described that there are these different possibilities, and you handle this in the book in a way that I think respects both the reader as someone who would like to learn more about this, but also the mathematics. And when you approach an idea as complicated as that, what are you thinking as a writer to do justice to both the ideas but also to present them to the reader in a way that's accessible?
Yeah, so that's always the big question. How do you make these ideas accessible? And especially I think of my editor, who's not a mathematician and who's basically a novelist and a poet. And I needed to make a book that she would be able to get into and that she would be able to understand. And so the first thing to go are most equations and formulas. There's someone who said that each time it was about exhibitions, I think, at museums. The saying is that each time you put a formula in an exhibit, you lose half the audience. So that was, there are a few, but you have to be very careful. Use them with great thrift. The other thing is really, I think what happens with mathematics is that people can interpret a very simple instruction or a very simple idea in many different ways. And you kind of, as an author, and I think this happens with writing as well, because remember, I've written 3 books on India, which is often hard to explain as well in some ways. So what I always thought of was, okay, if I'm the reader and I see this, how may I misinterpret this? What are the different ways my mind might go? And I would actually get the wrong message. So it's by thinking that way that I think you can then eliminate or refine some of the language and kind of channel people to think in a different way. The other thing that I'm a big believer of is illustrations. And so I think this book has about 300 pictures in it, which again make some of these ideas much more easy to assimilate, I think. But question that I think I guess everyone would want to know is, since this book has been out, have people been able to understand it or not? Right? So,
did you hear from that mathematician?
No, he would probably understand it, but I didn't hear from that person. I think the first thing that you need for reading this book is an actual interest in mathematics or in knowing more about, this is a great intellectual kind of pursuit that mankind has done. And when I used to go to writing colonies and so on, I would meet artists and writers, and they would often say things like, hey, I used to be good at math, but then after school, I never had a chance to do it anymore, and I'm curious about it. And they would ask me to actually give them a little math talk, and that's what I would do. I was kind of hurt because I would rather have talked about my novel, but they weren't very interested in that. So I'm keeping those kinds of people in mind in terms of, figuring out how to proceed. So anyway, interest is key. I was giving a talk once at my university about infinity, and there was this English professor sitting at the back, and afterwards people had to just fill out a form and tell me what they thought about the talk. And it was again with some students that we were giving this talk. So the English professor wrote, "I can't for the world of me imagine why anyone would spend their life thinking about these questions." And first I thought, hey, that's pretty snarky. But then I realized she was just being honest. And one of the things I say in this book is I don't like cricket. And don't hate me for that. But you have to have the interest. So I think that's the first thing. And the second thing for people who are not necessarily mathematicians is to take small doses. Because even though there's no equations, even though there's no formulas, these ideas are things that take a while to assimilate. You just need them, you need to go at your own pace. So with that, I do have a couple of friends who have read this book and have actually done the whole thing.
Did you give them a test?
I did not, but I believe that they really enjoyed it. And then I have people who also said, hey, I read the first 2 sections or 3 sections, or I read the first 10 pages and decided that this is not something I want to do. So it depends on these 2 things, your interest and that gets down to, as school teachers or as teachers, how do you create that interest in students? And I think without that interest, it's going to be a very hard journey. So again, I would just tell people who are teachers, you have to find ways to make this stuff interesting.
Well, I would say I started reading your first novel, The Death of Shiva.
Death of Vishnu.
Oh, Vishnu, I'm sorry,
Death
of Vishnu. Well, this is actually related to my question. As you can tell, I do not pick up on all the cultural references of India.
Right.
And one thing I noticed was that as I was reading your book, like, even though I couldn't pick up on all of those details, it didn't prevent me from getting a sense of the story and understanding the story. And I think the same is true of, you know, the Big Bang of Numbers. Like, even if someone reading it on that first, you know, pass doesn't pick up on all of these little details of, you know, this technical term or that, the story will, you know, continue to bring them through, and then on that second pass or third, you know, it'll make even more sense. So, you know, it's interesting, you're talking about who the book was for just now, and there's one person in particular that this book is for, and this may be, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, this may be the first book ever written because the author was jealous of the Pope's popularity.
Okay, well, that is true. So what happened was that this book also started from this New York Times op-ed that I wrote many years ago. It was called How to Fall in Love with Math. And the whole purpose, the whole thrust of this op-ed was that mathematics is not just about formulas, about equations, about getting the right answer. It's really about ideas. And you know, it did very well, lots of nice responses. And the New York Times used to have a most emailed of the day list. And this article quickly climbed up that and was #1 for the day. And then they also have a most emailed for the week list. And so it started climbing that list, and by Friday it was like #3 or so. And Saturday it was #2, and I was just getting ready to, you know, accept being #1, have this wonderful feeling come over me, when the Pope started making these controversial kind of statements about abortion and homosexuality and this and that. He literally came running behind me and bounded above and jumped and took my #1 spot. So I was, you know, a little miffed, okay, I'll admit it. But, you know, okay, he is the Pope, so I didn't keep my anger for very long. I even wrote in the book that once it's done, I'm going to send it to him. He actually became a character in the book. And the reason for that is that he actually, if you look at his history, he was a chemistry major in school, and he actually worked at a chemical lab as well. So he knows some science. And so whenever I was looking at it, religion versus math, I used him as someone to, you know, bring out the other side. So you're probably wondering if I did send it to him, and I did. I did send the book to the Vatican, and I got a reply back. And I was very scared to open it, because I thought, you know, is this from the Pope's lawyer? That, you know, how dare you use His Holiness in your book? And luckily it wasn't. It was from some other representative, and I was told that he has read the book, supposedly, or he has received it, and it is in his thoughts and blessings. So very relieved. So.
All right. You were talking a little bit about, you know, meeting, I guess, artists and other writers, and how they were interested mostly in math and not so much in your novels. That evolved, right? Like, in the book you mentioned, I guess I'm not giving anything away, that you were carrying around a PowerPoint on a flash drive so that you go to these dinner parties and kind of be like, hey, anyone want to learn about infinity tonight?
Want to see some dirty pictures? Math pictures?
So tell, like, what were those dinner parties like where you're, did people leave?
No, because I hadn't served them food yet, so I know a trick or two. But a few times, you know, I mean, a couple of times, like, parents had to rescue their children. I mean, it was really like I had to give this. So it's good that I've written this book, because I now have a, you know, wider audience. But it was something that sometimes you reach a stage in your life when you find something that just gives you this great joy, and it was a way of sharing that I was carrying this around and you know, sharing it with people, because it's like, look at this, isn't this wonderful? And often, you know, this was filled with like animations like the one you saw, So it was actually entertaining, and children whose parents let them stay actually enjoyed it. So.
You describe yourself as a kind of Florence Nightingale, ministering math to the mathless.
Yes, and Johnny Appleseed, you know, throwing little seeds of math to the mathless. Yes.
What what are your hopes? Like, if someone reading this book, what is one thing you would hope they would take away from it?
I think just the fact that math is, you know, I want people to have a good, even if you're not a mathematician, if you're not good at math, I want people to have a good impression about math. Because I think math has, you know, you keep hearing, I hate math, and this and that, and I think there are different types of math. So it's to expand that idea of math. It's not about getting the right answer. It is something that is obviously, everyone agrees that it's essential and all that, and it's everywhere. But beyond that, to really take to heart that this is something that we all share, whether we like it or not. It is what's running our universe, and we should have a positive attitude to it. And that's really important. Again, I'm thinking about the kids whose parents tell them, you know, have negative ideas about math. I have to say, my own mother once said to me when I was in the 7th or 8th grade, don't take math. You know, it gets very difficult as you go up. So
just become a novelist?
Yeah,
that was
something
her
like
advice.
that. But so that's the main thing. You know, just get a positive view of math.
If I can ask about being a novelist, like what? So being a mathematician is not a part-time job. You know, it's like it's a way of life. You know, you're thinking about hard problems all the time. What drives you to do this completely, what I mean most people might see is like this completely separate thing of being a writer of fiction? Like, what drives you to do it? How do you do it? Where do you find the time? Let me take notes, because I'd like to know.
Well, I'm not a good person to emulate, because like the second book, I counted the number of words that I was writing per day that made it to the final book, and it was 58. So over years and years. It was actually 58.7, so it's a little better. But in terms of what drives me, what drove me was that I had started as a professor at my university, and I was told that, hey, you need to just do mathematics, make sure you have your nose in the books, and I wanted something else. I wanted another dimension to my life. And so I would go all the way from Baltimore to Washington, and that's where I would be in a writing group. And I didn't tell anyone about this. I wanted to get tenure. I didn't want to be not taken seriously. And that's what finally led to this book. So
we have about 10 minutes. If there are questions from people in the audience, that would be great. I have a ton of questions that I'm happy to ask. There are 7 days of creation. We've got them all covered.
Oh, it's working. It's on.
Music has long been referenced as mathematical, and it's also considered probably the oldest form of communication between human beings. Increasingly, architecture, which has been termed frozen music, is dependent upon mathematics of constructing algorithms. And I'm wondering if either or both of these, music and architecture, are spoken about in your not novel.
Well, not as a central theme, just because I think maybe architecture a little bit in terms of
design and construction.
Yeah, the idea of patterns, you know, that's so. I think when you abstract music, what is at the basis of it are patterns, and certainly there's a whole day of patterns. So I think it's at that more abstract level.
Perfect. That's day 4. All right.
Yeah, right.
3 more.
Right, yes.
Anyone have a question about physics?
Richard Feynman apparently said, calculus is the language of the gods.
Okay.
The gods speak to us in calculus. What is the role calculus plays in creating the universe, you think?
So when I first wrote that novel, one thing I didn't mention, why perhaps my editor was a little upset, was that it was actually like almost 600 pages. So that actually had calculus in it. But at some point, I had to get rid of it.
Calculus is day 8?
Day 8,
Gotcha.
right. So I think that's going to have to wait for the sequel. And I have some material already. So.
Other questions?
60s in India, when I was an undergraduate student, we were told that if you don't want to become an engineer or a doctor, you're good for nothing. So between the two, I thought I had some inclination for engineering, mathematics, and science. So I took mathematics major and physics minor. But by the time I completed bachelor's degree, I lost interest in that. And I came out with a passing grade. As a result, I could not become an engineer. Then I started wandering around India, reached Bombay, and ended up in the Bharati Vidya Bhavan. There, on that particular day, there was admission going on, registration going on for various courses. And one line, I saw applicants in one line was the longest, and it also had very attractive girls from all over India. So I went there to meet my friend who was in the registrar's office. I asked my friend, what is that line about? He said, that is for journalism course. I said, give me an application. So I enrolled for the journalism course.
Okay, can we get to the question?
Yeah, I became, sorry, I became an accidental journalist.
We only have a few minutes, so quick question.
Yeah, question. Accidental journalist, and I regret to say that I lost interest in mathematics, though in the beginning I was a good student. It was Bertrand Russell who brought back my interest in mathematics.
Okay, let's. I mean, your experience is one of the ones that I was talking about with some of the friends that I've have strayed in some sense, and mathematics is always willing to get you back. So come home to us. So that's what I'll say. Okay, other questions?
I'm sorry you haven't persuaded me to read the book because math has never been my home, but I do have a question about your writing group.
Okay.
Tell me more about how this writing group worked and how it influenced you to write this novel.
Oh, well, the writing group was actually before my first novel. So that was for The Death of Vishnu. And it was very interesting because I went to several writing groups, and at one point, I found that, when I started The Death of Vishnu, people were, you had to read it out to this audience, and people had all these questions about, who is Vishnu, where are we, this, that. And somehow, at that point, I knew that I needed a different writing group, because you kind of, each writing group gave you something, but then you kind of graduated out of it. So if any of you are writers, I think that's one way of looking at it. In terms of my writing career, I actually took a few classes, but they were very short classes, and that was the only formal training I had. The writing groups were a lot of help, but I found that going to different ones helped.
So in your opinion, what do you think, in order to kind of carry on that task of making math less intimidating to people who want to grow up being a mathematician, what do you think, what future literatures or medias do you think math would excel most to be presented in? What forms of media and literature do you think?
I don't know. What do you suggest to students?
I think such huge strides have been made in visualization tools, like in the last 10 or 15 years, in terms of being able to, you talked about the role of illustrations in the book, of course, like being able to build interactive, dynamic visualizations of mathematical concepts has made a huge difference in not just learning, but in teaching mathematics, because you create these situations, people can interact with them, they can see the consequences of changes. You talk a lot about like emergence and about the iterative process of building, and you can see all of that sort of unfold. You can see the universe unfold in just a few moments, right? And then you can change the parameters and see a different universe unfold. So, I think we've seen a revolution in visualization and in videos. Like, there are YouTube content creators who just do incredible work bringing complicated mathematical ideas to broad audiences.
Right, and I think I've been, and I'm sure you have been too, but there's a lot of stuff on the web that will actually do computations for you. And rather than some formula that is very hard to get into, you can actually play around with it. It's almost like a lab, but a computer lab that you're basically using the calculations that are done automatically, so you don't have to do that grinding kind of calculation.
You can play,
You
and
can
you can
play
see
with
what
it,
happens.
exactly, yeah. So there was a question here.
One of my students wanted to ask you if math was invented or discovered. That's a question that mathematicians often get asked. I told my student to read your book.
Yeah, I like to say that it was, not discovered or invented, but disvented. Usually it works. I just make a quick exit after that.
All right, so quick shout out to Patrick. I attended, and you spoke about making it interactive and fun. Many years ago, I attended something with Mark Saul. It was teacher training that you had also done some classes with. And Patrick, I think one of the examples was GeoGebra. It's a software which gives you. So things like that. So I would really love for you, Manil, to write more books. I look forward to reading novels with math characters, math stories. If you're all wondering what my background is, because I'm not a mathematician, but I did do undergrad in mathematics. But one of the things I'd like to share is that the real fun in math starts once you're done with 12th grade, once you actually start doing pure math. And maybe your books could address those topics, number theory, something else. It could be, I think people relate to that a lot on an intuitive level, even if we don't understand the nitty-gritty. So definitely would love to see more of, read more of your work on that. And on the calculus, I agree, keep it for later. Because I think the continuous, all that stuff is really what drives people away. The moment you start putting a dy by dx, you lost your audience. Thanks again.
So this is actually
if I may slip in a question, I wonder what kind of a role you're assigned to this strange bunch of fellows called prime numbers.
I'm sorry,
what kind of a role you're assigned to prime numbers who in your book?
That was in the novel. I did have prime numbers, and they were kind of very proud of their status. And the other numbers were kind of subservient to them. So there's a whole bunch of escapades.
And it looks like our time is up, but maybe just really quick, what's next for you?
Oh, so next thing, what I'm working on is a memoir based on about 2,000 to 3,000 letters that I wrote home to my mother, and she kept and gave to me. So I have to work on that. So that's the next project.
And then after that, you can write some more math books.
I can write some math books. But one thing I do want to say is I do want to thank JLF in particular for their support of math. I remember in 2013 in Jaipur, you had a session on Ramanujan, and that was the first. And you've had other mathematicians, and you've been very generous with having math books, my book and other books. So a big shout out to JLF for doing that. That's been good. Thank you. And the Asia Society too, of course.
Well, I personally think that all of you should immediately go up and buy The Big Bang of Numbers, A Universe Built on Math. Not looking for your calculus, but I really think there is a new exploration. However, we're now delighted to present a token of gratitude to our speakers. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thanks so much.
Okay, again, the books are on sale in our bookstore upstairs. And Manil, you're willing to sign books and talk about the personal stories of math and the power of the universe. And I'm not quite sure what other questions. I
Okay.
saw that there were a lot of burning questions.
Yes,
so.
please come and ask questions after, up there.
And we're going to just take a 10-minute break and then meet you back here in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They just want a photograph. Come.
Yes. So this will be just to your left, and again, the books are upstairs in the bookstore, and the signing will be right outside of this hall.
पिछले 16 सालों से चल रहे इस विशाल कारवां में हर साल दुनिया के विभिन्न हिस्सों से तमाम भाषाओं से नए नए लेखक, अनुवादक, प्रकाशक, हर तरह के किताब प्रेमी साथ जुड़ते आ रहे हैं और साहित्य का यह महाकुंभ, ये हमारा कथा सरित सागर निरंतर बड़े से बड़ा होता जा रहा है।
The 2023 Jaipur Literature Festival has been, in a word, spectacular.
I think the book gives a kind of satisfaction which nothing else does.
एक शख्स ये जो दर्द की बातें करता है जैसे सिर्फ उसी का है ये, शायद उसकी अपनी ही इजाद है ये और अपनी सिफत बना ली है। शायद वो शायर है, शायद वो शायर है।
Jaipur Literature Festival is really special because it's very concentrated, and not only, it's the most poetical festival in the world, the most vivid festival, and I think also the most intellectual, because you have people from all over the world.
It's like, you know, that slow release pill which makes your fever better by slow release in your body. The ideas actually osmotically keep fermenting in your brain. If the festival is able to achieve that for such a large number of people, I think it's more than fulfilling its promise.
इसीलिए मैं कई बार कहता हूँ दोस्तों, मंजिल मिलेगी भटक कर ही सही, मंजिल मिलेगी भटक कर ही सही, गुमराह तो वो है जो घर से निकले ही नहीं।
I brought my daughter here when I came to the festival for the second time. She was 3 and she'll be joining me in a bit. She's 13 now, and that's how things have changed, that's how things have grown, and that's how the festival has grown on all of us.
So baby, don't hold me back like a warm wind.
This feels to have its own character. It's not an offshoot of some European festival. It's not something that's been plonked here from somewhere else. It's organic. It feels very much like India. I love this place.
We come here with a certain vision, then we listen to people. They have their different ideologies, different patterns of thinking. We feel that, yes, the world is beyond our thinking.
And it's mind-blowing to go to a session you know nothing about and come back learning so much about it.
It has put Jaipur on the world map, right? People get to experience the culture, the heritage, and the idea of India at this pink city of Jaipur.
They're probably attracted not just because it's a literature festival, but it's also a really exciting, cool space to be.
But now I see such a diverse group of people, and I'm even more happier because it gives us a place to also network and talk to people, learn about their experiences.
The handmade things that we get to buy here, I think they are very unique, just like Jaipur is.
You always see a lot of young people here, so it gives you the idea that the younger generation is reading and meeting writers. Like, I didn't have the chance when I was growing up, so I feel happy for the younger people.
If you see tears in my eyes and if you feel a lump in my throat, it's there. Because it's that of happiness, gratitude, and humility that, hey, you really want me after 53 years. I can't do without you, and you can't either do without me. JLF, we're made for each other.
to hear the different ranges from across India of different traditions and different cultures, and to have that kind of performance component of the festival as part of the literary component is a really significant addition.
Today, the Heritage Night has been absolutely mesmerizing. There are no words that can describe it.
So it was surreal. I don't remember what my life was for those few hours that I was here. You know, I felt like I'm somewhere else in another parallel universe, completely elevating. Yeah, surreal is the word.
This evening, I feel like a king, you know. I feel like a king because I'm literally trying to imagine and feel the vibe.
They come here to attend the Literature Fest, so music is a bonus to them. And then if we add that with a lot of philosophy, that's what every musician relates to music as philosophy here. It's just not a bunch of musical notes or rhythmic notes, you know.
आप इतने बड़े स्टेज में आपको मौका मिल रहा है, तो आप क्या बात कर रहे हैं, आप क्या कह रहे हैं। तो आज हमने जो भी बात करी वो दिल से की, जो इन्होंने कहा कि प्रेम मिला है।
अब इसके लिए 1 साल वेट करना पड़ेगा. So that is like, really, do we have to really wait for another year to be here again? Amazing, amazing experiences we've had.
Come back in. We're ready for our next session, which I'm very excited about. Writing Tibet, Remembering Tibet. Dominique Townsend, Tsering Wangmo Dhompa, and Tenzin Dickie will be in conversation with an introduction on video by Damita Golkali. It's a really important moment to be rethinking our relationship to Tibet, and not only Tibet in a political sense, but Tibet in a cultural sense. In the face of cultural obliteration and the living memory of Tibetan culture and spiritual practices, the culture remains very strong, as does the religion. This session will look at the sacred heritage of the Tibetan diaspora and how that is carried forth into the present day. Dominique Townsend is an associate professor of Buddhist studies at Bard College with a focus on literary and historical materials, and the author of A Buddhist Sensibility, Aesthetic Education at Tibet's Mundaling Monastery, and How to Wake Up a Hero, Shantadevi. And her research interests include the interplay between the religious and the secular, Tibetan Buddhist approaches to dreams and dreaming, aesthetics, poetics, and translation theory. Tsering Wangmo Dhompa is the author of the poetry books My Rice Tastes Like the Lake, In the Absent of Everyday, and Rules of the House. Dompa's nonfiction book, Coming Home to Tibet, which is available on sale upstairs, was published by Penguin India. and Dhompa teaches in the English department at Villanova University. And finally, Tenzin Dickie is a writer, translator, and editor. She's the editor of the English language anthologies of modern Tibet, fiction and nonfiction, Old Demons, New Deities, 21 short stories from Tibet, and the Penguin Book of Modern Tibetan Essays, which we also have upstairs. And let's play the introduction from Namita.
I'm from the Himalayas, and my home state of Uttarakhand was an integral part of the ancient trade routes from the roof of the world. The unique spiritual culture of the Trans-Himalayan region carries the deep imprint everywhere of Tibetan thought and practice. This key session, Writing Tibet, Remembering Tibet, with Dominique Townsend, Tsering, Wangmo, Dhompa, and Tenzin Dickie in conversation, is an important assertion against amnesia and against forgetting. The living memory of Tibetan culture and spiritual practices remains strong and resilient. A session that looks at the sacred heritage that the Tibetan diaspora carries within them. Although I could not make it to America for this session, I'm there with all of you in spirit as ever. Thank you and namaste.
So please turn off the sound on your phones, but tweet. I don't know, do we have a new X for tweet? No, I think we're still saying tweet. You have all the social handles and use the hashtag JLF LitFest. And please join me in welcoming our wonderful panel today. We'll have a Q&A at the end. Thank you.
So I presume my mic is now on. Yes. Hi. It's really great to be here and to see you guys here. Thank you so much to Namita Gokhale, to the Jaipur Literature Festival, and to Asia Society for having us here. And I'm especially delighted to be here with my friends, Tsering Dhompa and Dominique Townsend, both of whom are important producers of knowledge about Tibet, which, you know, I'm excited that you guys get to listen to them speak. So I know that the title of our event, Writing Tibet, Remembering Tibet, sounds a little bit like a mournful elegy, right? And I'm sure some of you probably thought of that. But you know, at the same time, actually, I really like the suggestion that to write Tibet is to remember Tibet. To write Tibet is to bring Tibet alive, to make it vibrant, to keep it active. And you know, of course, there are all these different questions of who is writing Tibet, who is remembering Tibet, and like, what does that mean? It's now been 70 years since the Chinese military takeover of Tibet. It's 70 years of a colonial occupation. It's 60 years of Tibetan exile. And during that period of time, you know, we've seen some generational changes. We've seen the discourse on Tibet change. We've seen the writing change. We've seen the conversation change. And, you know, we've seen that change multiple times, I think. So I just want to start off by asking you to talk a little bit about the politics of the literature on Tibet. I just thought, we're here at Asia Society. That seems like a fruitful way to start.
That's such a wide topic, but I'll start by saying...
You can take it any way you like.
When I was getting out of Penn Station this afternoon, there was, I guess, a small scribbling on the wall, sort of the makeshift construction wall, and it said, "Can we still find love this summer?" And I thought, well, that's a question I think that Tibetans in exile have been asking every year, right? Like on Tibetan New Year, we say, see you in Tibet next year? That question. So I think if we talk about Tibetan literature, maybe since 1959, perhaps within Tibet and outside of Tibet, I'm sure some of the concerns are similar in the sense that the preoccupation with history, with language, and with conditions of life, right? And for Tibetans inside Tibet, that might mean conditions of life under Chinese rule, and in exile, conditions of life in a sort of a state of perpetual dispossession. And so I think the concerns are similar, but they're probably broached in slightly different ways. And actually, Dickie, you said in an interview that Tibetans in Tibet, when they write, they write to conceal, and that Tibetans in exile, that they perform, right? And I think that's such a great way of, I think, pointing to the conditions of life, right? In Tibet, writing comes at huge risk, and so when writers are writing, they write in various ways, that they're using craft in a number of different ways, right? Form as well as ambiguity and devices, poetic devices. And in exile, I think the question of homecoming really becomes very crucial, and so there's an idea and relationship with Tibet, a sense of precarity. I think that's of a different nature. So I think just to sort of give a broad kind of approach, I think those would be some of the impulses, I think, of literature.
Thank you. So I really write as a scholar of Tibet and as a historian and as someone who has a long interest in Tibetan literature, especially Tibetan Buddhist literature. But actually, the way that Buddhism interacts with Tibetan literature more broadly is I actually think more, well, let's say before 1959, Buddhism was more kind of pervasive in its shaping of the literature that was kind of broadly produced and available, and that was largely because textual production happened primarily, not exclusively, but primarily in Buddhist monasteries. And one change, I mean, that still is the case to a certain extent, but I'm very interested in the ways that Buddhism is sort of kind of put into perspective in the broader range of Tibetan literature that's being produced, say today, right? It's still a very important part of many Tibetans' identity and of many aspects of Tibetan literary production. But I would say it seems to me, as an observer, that it is sort of in a more balanced perspective, and we see all these other aspects of Tibetan memory, of Tibetan identity, of Tibetan futures in all over the world that are in conversation with Buddhism and in dialogue with Buddhism, but there's no longer this sense of Buddhism's kind of dominance in the production of Tibetan literature. Mm-hmm. And even as somebody who loves Buddhism very much, and that's the sort of heart of my own scholarship and translation practice, that's something that's really exciting to me to witness and observe, and especially I'm very curious about the futures, and I think probably multiple futures of Tibetan literature as it's being produced today. For the edited volume that Dickie just is coming out with, right?
It just came out.
It just came out, right?
Yeah.
The Penguin essay collection of modern Tibetan essays is so exciting in its diversity. You know, its diversity regionally, in terms of who's represented, its diversity in terms of sort of relationships to Buddhism, but to also other aspects of Tibetan history and identity. So I guess I want to bring that in, Buddhism in as a part of Tibetan history, as a part of Tibetan literature and cultural production, but one that seems to me is coming into a new balance currently. Again, still very important, but no longer in the same kind of dominant position as it had been, right, in previous times. So I find that to be quite a fascinating dynamic.
So I want to follow up on that actually, by asking, okay, so Buddhism, of course, right, historically when you think about Tibetan literature, like you think about Tibetan Buddhist literature, and Buddhism has had this huge impact on Tibetan psychology, Tibetan culture, Tibetan basically everything, right? And of course, that's not just for Tibet. For a lot of cultures worldwide, religion has had a major impact on the culture and on the literature. So my question about Buddhism is, in terms of, like, what is the impact or influence of Buddhism on modern Tibetan literature, on secular Tibetan literature? So, I mean, and I'm asking both of you as you know, a scholar, and Tsering, for you as a writer of modern Tibetan literature. Like, what is the impact of Buddhism that you see, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, as a scholar and a writer, really, Tsering, I'm curious to hear what you think the kind of role of Buddhism is in contemporary Tibetan literature. I have my ideas, but I'd love to hear yours first.
I'm put in the spot. I think, you know, I've been thinking about that question, partly reading some of the new works, where I think Buddhism, because we grew up within a particular ethos, also the language, right? So I think that so much of the language of everyday Buddhism has shaped our, I guess, ways of talking about exile, right? The idea that exile is a bardo, right? That this state of that in-betweenness, right? The state after death and before the next life. And that's a trope that comes up very often. And also the function of like renunciation, right? Renunciation not just as kind of a organizing principle of plot, so renunciation as a theme, but also renunciation as almost like sort of a solution, right? So novels like, I think, House of Tessur, which was maybe published in 1993 in Tibet, in English, and I think he wrote in Tibetan as well as in English. The protagonist in the end chooses to become a monk, or goes into seclusion. In Falling Through the Roof, a novel by Thupten Samphel, in that novel too, the main protagonist is initially a sort of part of the underground Tibetan Communist Party in New Delhi, and he's an activist, and then he also becomes a lama, right? And so I'm so curious about sort of this idea of renunciation as being a kind of turn, right? In also Tsering Namgyal's A Tibetan Suitcase, the main protagonist again lives in the US and then goes back to India, and he sort of doesn't know what home is anymore, right? Like, India is not quite home, but it's home-like, right? And home-like is the closest that he can get to, because he can't go back to Tibet. And in that too, it seems like renunciation becomes a way, right, to sort of, I guess, come to some kind of answer to his life. In Tsering Lama's newest novel, which is a wonderful novel that I hope you all get to read.
We measure the earth with our bodies.
Yeah, we measure the earth with our bodies. Again, the title itself is symbolic of a practice as Buddhists, when they go on pilgrimages, sort of they make full body prostrations. And in the novel, the final sort of ending is really, again, returning to the idea of homecoming. But the homecoming is deferred, right? Because it sort of seems like it cannot happen in this lifetime, and it's deferred to future lifetimes, right? So all of the Buddhist tropes and Buddhist ideas, I think, are also shaping the way in which we're telling stories, which I think is quite interesting.
Yes, yeah, and I think also all the examples you give, there's a way in which Buddhism is not, in a lot of ways, like a kind of idealized, kind of other life that one can step into, right? Buddhism just exists in all the decisions that one makes, right? As a writer or as a thinker, as a person with a body, and those ways that, I think sometimes maybe in the early history of the kind of European and American encounter with Buddhism, which of course came through colonialism, there was this kind of sense that Buddhism was this kind of pure ideal form of renunciation that also could map nicely onto a kind of secular, a modernism or something, and actually, I think as Buddhist studies, kind of matures and develops, we can see the ways that Buddhism is really lived, right, and it's never a kind of, pure. There's no kind of pure accomplishment, right, of renunciation. Renunciation is always in tension with other commitments, even with other, if you think about the life story of the Buddha, I teach Buddhist studies to undergraduates, at Bard College, and they were just reading the life story of Buddha, and they always stop at the realization that Buddha had a wife and child before he chose to follow this ascetic path, and so this idea of his pure renunciation is always balanced by these, you could say entanglements, but also these other aspects of life, right? And so I guess I think that in a context where textual production is happening primarily in monasteries, I think there's always been a lot of nuance to Tibetan Buddhist literature, but I'm very excited by these kind of contemporary expressions where, like you said, with we measure the earth with our body. Buddhism is just in there with the rest of life, with the rest of trouble and the rest of relationships and heartbreaks, and it's part of the texture of life rather than being some kind of ideal form. And I think I love seeing that development in Tibetan literature.
Can I jump in?
Of course.
The other thing that, when you were talking about how it's sort of being brought in, I think that there is a slight difference in we measure the earth with our bodies in the sense that the political is kept very much alive. Whereas I think sometimes Buddhism becomes a way, I think, to move away from politics and sort of go into the realm of morality, right? Or there are other forces that determine one's life. And I think that ideas of justice, ideas of sort of, the everyday struggles of people sometimes gets eclipsed, So I like that Tsering Lama brings into the novel this question of politics, but also that dispossession, while it's physical, it's territorial. It's also spiritual, it's existential, it's psychological. She brings in all of that. So there's room for struggle. There's room for questions of, justice, as well as like questions of also taking the spiritual path, right? I think she asks that question. One of the characters, Dhompa, asks why something to the. I'm not quoting it correctly, but. Why are people so interested in our culture but not our suffering? And I think that's such a profound question, which sometimes I think, for Tibetans, there is that feeling that the world has forgotten us, and, sort of Buddhism is so appealing, and everybody, thinks we're all such peaceful, like we're levitating, we're kind, and, but they forget, right, that we're still living as people who are dispossessed, right, and that our country is still colonized. And I think that sort of that ongoingness is lost when sort of you talk about the long cycle, right, of Buddhism.
May I also say too that I love when you say politics, you don't just mean the politics of sort of statehood or military occupation, right? But in that novel, for instance, politics is also about knowledge production, right? It's about who are the scholars who get to tell the stories of what is Tibet and what's the significance of Tibet, who owns artworks, right? What are the politics of the art world, and what's valued and what's not? How are these things valued? So yeah, for me, Buddhism is really, I guess in some sense I would admit, only interesting when it's kind of embedded in the world of all these other kinds of questions and problems. And I agree, I think her novel is a great example, but I think I'm seeing that more and more in Tibetan literature in terms of that kind of futures of Tibetan literature. I'm excited to see where that develops.
So, okay, I asked both of you guys to prepare a little like a really quick reading, right? Like speaking of the texture and the texts of our lives. I thought it would be nice for the audience to hear directly from your work a little bit, and then maybe you can talk about it.
Sure. Okay.
For both of you.
You put me on the spot now. Okay. Pardon me for reading from my phone. Okay, actually, Tsering mentioned the bardo, and this sort of analogy of exile, life in exile to the bardo, this sort of in-betweenness. And so this is a translation. Actually, I should say it's a collaborative translation that I've been working on with Laurie Anderson, the multimedia artist, and Ben Bogan, who's another scholar of Tibetan Buddhism, and with their permission, I'm sharing it with you. So this is a set of verses from the 15th century on sort of facing those in-between states, right? And so Tsering mentioned one of the in-between states, which is the state between death and rebirth, but actually there are other in-between states, like dream and meditation, and birth, and in the end, it turns out that every state is an in-between state by this method, right? So here are the verses. Listen, now when you see that death can come at any time, don't be lazy. There's no time to lose. Learn, reflect, and meditate. You will see that everything is the Buddha. Now you are a human being. Don't get lost. Now when you see that life itself is a dream, don't doze off. Don't sleep like the dead do. Clear your mind. When you dream, experiment with shifting forms. Don't sleep like the animals do. Use sleep to wake up. Now when you see what it means to meditate, don't be confused. Free your mind and settle down. As you imagine forms arising and dissolving, steady yourself. Leave old habits behind. Don't be overwhelmed by delusions or emotions. Listen, now when you see that you are dying, focus on these instructions. Let go of desire and attachment. As you separate from your body, recognize your skin and bones as a fleeting illusion. Move your mind into timeless, boundless space. Now when you see the bardo of reality, don't panic. Recognize everything as your own mind. This is how the bardo appears. Now at the moment of death, peaceful and violent energies arise. Don't be afraid. Now when you face unending rebirth, focus your mind. Resist the pull into another lifetime. Cut your attachment to the cycle of death and life. take courage. See your teachers as the Buddha. When death seems distant to you, it's easy to get lost in everyday concerns, and so life comes to nothing. The meaning of Dharma is to recognize what's essential. So practice the Dharma right now. The great lamas said, hold your teacher's instructions in your mind. Otherwise, you're just fooling yourself. So that's a translation that I wanted to share with you on the sort of broader concept of the Bardo states. But thank you. Thanks.
Why did you choose to read this, Dominique?
Well, this is as I said, I work as a historian, and for me, this sort of, the kind of impact of these verses brings with them quite a lot of complexity, and even though there is a way in which the claim here is like, you better wake up, right? And that the Dharma should be the center. But there are these other statements like that everything you experience is the Buddha, right? That every all these sort of different phenomenal aspects of life, experiences of life, are part of the experience of what it means to recognize the Bardo, recognize the in-between state. And so from my perspective, it gives this sort of sense of, you can't actually isolate this into one moment or one place, If the dream and meditation and death and birth and living and reality are all bardos, it's hard to find anything that's not in between. And so for me, I find that quite interesting to extend the analogy to exile, right? Thank you. So again, it's a collaborative translation and a work in progress.
I'll read from a new collection of poems that I'm working on. It's called Substitute Heart. And the first section is really looking at canonical Buddhist texts and sort of playing off some of the ways in which ideas of everyday life in Buddhism are taught to young children. And the second section is looking at representations of Tibet written by the scribes who came with Colonel Younghusband during the 1904 expedition to Tibet. And I find the language really beautiful of those English writers, but you'll see what's problematic, right? The scribe notes that the Tibetan housewife throws a stone better than her European counterpart, despite her grimy face, despite the baby in her arms, despite the turquoise crown, despite looking like winter stone. Perhaps he was thinking of a particular woman at home, recalled against a friendlier sky. It was not the usual kind of fighting, the straight lines of a barren landscape, the excessive friendliness of the dust, and sometimes the people are viewed in words. The scribe in the army shows how empires write stories. Stripes on hillside prove respite from the monotony of sameness, the umber of clefts, rude red willows. Here and there, sullen maroon swaddling men in ropes. Here and there, crumbling houses. Here and there, thistles straddling rocks. The heaving lungs, references to hills, references to maps, references to birds and rocks, hardship, all necessary. All records necessary, for it is from behind boulders that hiding Tibetans spring like they are just entering their own story. A day's work is recorded in counting the dead and the wounded, a lark, a spider, tizzy in the frost. So I think what really interested me in these accounts are the very particular details of landscape, right? And so you have meticulous accounting of the number of birds and the sightings of flowers, and then the people are just sort of dismissed as like dirty, dusty, of really no consequence, right? Like sort of still on their way to being improved. And so I've been writing poems, sort of reading reading those old accounts.
I'm glad you chose to read that. I guess this is probably my final question, and then I think we can move into questions from the crowd if you guys have any questions. Can you talk a little bit about, both of you, about the impact of politics on literature? And you can also turn it around and talk about the impact of literature on politics. And I guess we're talking, I'm thinking in a Tibetan context.
Mm. Well, I think that you already quoted Dickie sort of or paraphrased Dickie about the ways that the kind of political I guess climates of Tibetans living in exile, right? Because they're so diverse, the places that Tibetans live in exile, lead to a certain kind of performance, as you said, or a certain kind of, exhibiting, right? Sort of showing and making clear the kind of conflict, the relationship to the military occupation, to this longstanding kind of political dominance, and that as an observer, and I could put this back as a question, but as an observer, it does sometimes appear to be a kind of weight to be worked out from under. You said Tibetans are jumping from behind the boulder. This sort of sense of, yes, that is the reality, or those are the realities, and yet, what a weight to carry, to sort of have to have that be the dominant story, right? For so many diverse people and so many diverse places. So I guess that's why I was emphasizing in the initial comments, my excitement about the diversity of relationships to things like Buddhism, which has been another kind of dominant force in Tibetan literary production. And then I think in exile, there's just unthinkable constraints of the political situation and the real danger, the imminent danger that people live in and work with. I've been really amazed by the kind of vibrancy of literary and intellectual communities on social media, for instance, right, on WeChat. The amount that people manage to say to each other and to sort of convey, and literature that they're sharing, despite the very sharp risk that people are taking, is quite inspiring and astounding. But again, there's this sort of sense of the political dominating. That doesn't mean that it's monochrome in how it gets played out, but I guess I would, I hope for a lifting of that, right? If not the pure homecoming of the ideal, just the kind of lifting of that the dominance of the political narrative. And there are many ways in which so many Tibetan thinkers and writers, just do really operate out of that, their way out of it all the time. But it does really seem to, it seems to me as an observer to be quite a heavy blanket, one way or the other.
Yeah. I was thinking actually on the train when I was coming from Philadelphia a few hours ago, how, for 64 years we've been, when I say we, I mean, I'm sort of talking about Tibetans of my generation. To some extent, I feel like we've been sort of carrying a love for something in absence, right? And it's hard after a long time what to make of that love, right? And I think for our parents, it was sort of a direct relationship, right? They were born in Tibet, they were from Tibet, and I think for us, it is real, but it's also an idea of Tibet,
Our long-distance
right?
boyfriend.
Yeah. So, there is something, I think, to carrying that kind of love, right? And I think that's why I think homecoming does become, in some ways, it's always there, right? And I think also the ongoingness. It's not like you're always thinking about it, but then the reality, right, for many of us, I'll talk about myself, all my family members are in Tibet. So, you know, at least once a week I think about it, right? That I've lived separated from family members and that I can't see them. And so I think, you know, these are not things we're carrying with us and sighing, and, but they shape how we view the world. They shape our ideas of belonging. They shape, you know, where we end up going. So I think, you know, what we end up reading, it does infiltrate into the decisions we make on a day-to-day basis, right? And so I think that it also enters into our writing in so many different ways. It's hard to escape it. And to some extent, like the idea of freedom would be like writing like a fantasy novel for us, right, at this point. And so I think, you know, it's sort of, like the question freedom occurs constantly in writings from Tibet, but also writings in exile. So it's, I think it's hard to dislodge that, right, when it's sort of, it's something that we're still working towards. Yeah. I forgot your question.
I think you answered it. Yeah, one other thing on the way that literature might affect politics, because I think I was thinking about how politics, you know, maybe constrains or determines not everything about literature, but certain kinds of directions. But I think that, you know, especially if we think about politics as power and as relationships between kind of different sources of power, and don't just think about the nation state, or then literature has so much potential to influence politics, right? To ask people to think in new ways about their relationships to, you know, to others, to people that they have authority over, to people who have authority over them, whether financially or, you know, in terms of knowledge or in terms of age or whatever. So I think like literature is an incredibly powerful tool or set of possibilities in terms of shaping and influencing politics, especially if we don't just get limited into thinking about, you know, the kind of, you know, nuts and bolts of the nation state.
Yeah. Absolutely, I think it's one way that we can create a place, right? Like, if we can't create it we can't create sort of Tibet. I mean, although in exile we keep trying to, right? But in writing, we can have control over our narrative in a way that we don't over our lives, right? So I think that's also like really the power of literature.
Yeah, I do think both. I mean, inside Tibet, with all of its repressions, right? I mean, people continue to manage to write, and they find ways to speak the truth. And outside, of course, I mean, in like multiple languages, on multiple continents at this point.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Tibetan writing that is, right? I mean, it's not like, when we think of modern Tibetan writing and contemporary Tibetan, we use the word interchangeably. It's like, I think of modern Tibetan writing as something that's like pre-post-colonial, you know, where like it's sort of waiting. And at some point, it will actually be post-colonial writing. It's not yet, but I think, like, you know, Tibetans haven't lost. Like we're still holding on to the idea of having freedom, and then having at that point like actual post-colonial Tibetan writing. So let's move on to. I think we can take a question from the crowd. Yes, sir?
I am from Mysore, India, and Bailkupe, the second largest settlement of exiled Tibetans, were settled there after Dharamsala. And I remember playing soccer with many Tibetan boys. They were quiet and reserved, but the sort of dispossession and nostalgia was sort of palpable. I'm curious about the Tibetans in Tibet. Do they still have a strong Tibetan identity, or is it getting diluted? Is it getting assimilated into the larger sort of Chinese culture?
I think it's very, very difficult to generalize about Tibetans because they're very, it's an incredibly diverse set of peoples. And I guess in I haven't been to Tibet in quite a few years. I think last time I was there was 2009. But I would feel very confident saying that, many Tibetans in Tibet, however you define that, have a very strong sense of Tibetan identity, and I think there's still very, very strong opposition to the sort of dominance of Han presence in Tibetan areas. And so that's not to say it's across the board. Of course, there's this a spectrum of ways that people have adapted, ways that people have assimilated, adapted their businesses, adapted their family lives, who they're friends with, who they marry. Of course, this is a very complex set of possibilities. But my sense is, in terms of the question, maybe the thrust of the question is that there's still plenty of Tibetan identity in Tibetan areas. What would you say?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think change is inevitable. I think that the ways in which we've changed in exile, I'm sure Tibetans in Tibet also, change in many different ways. But I think how we view ourselves, how we name ourselves, I think that has remained the same. If you look at the literature from Tibet, if you look at sort of the songs, the films, right, all of that, right, indicate that that we still, we are Tibetan, we're still here as Tibetan. And I think that that hasn't changed, and I don't think that even after all these years, the Chinese have not been able to win the hearts and minds of Tibetans, right? And I think that speaks a lot to their identity. What do you think?
I agree. Over like this 1,000-year period of Tibetan history, Tibetans always had Tibetan language, and that was their native language that they spoke and read and wrote. And now there is, with how hard the Chinese has been trying to sort of eliminate Tibetan and substitute Chinese, there is the danger, right? With children in schools, like mother tongue education is just being decimated. Yeah. So there is that danger of like mother tongue substitution and that sort of like sinicization. But at the same time, I think Tibetans, the identity and sort of like Tibetan spirit is, we've seen that it's so strong. So the cultural identity, I think, remains really resilient and hopeful. One more question, and then yes.
Right here.
Oh, sure.
Oh, she's already got the mic.
We'll listen to you.
It's well known that at the time of the Chinese occupation of Tibet, the Dalai Lama himself had begun to introspect on the actual sociological conditions of the monks, the monasteries, and the proletariat. And as a result, when he was introspecting and thinking about changes that could and should be made, the invasion of China happened, and the opportunity for bringing sociological change in Tibet was lost. How much of the literature in exiled Tibetans and expatriate Tibetans actually critically thinks about that moment in history and evaluates the mistakes the Tibetans themselves made, which led to this evacuation and the diaspora moving out? I was just asking this question out of plain ignorance.
I'll say briefly that I think there's a lot of awareness of those dynamics in, many different kind of Tibetan writers, whether from a literary perspective or historical perspective or sociological perspective. There's quite a lot of kind of maybe a sense of mourning that sort of, if we can call it a moment in history, of course, not just one moment that you can point at, but and also a critique of Buddhism, the place of Buddhist institutions, in terms of cleaving to more traditional modes of power, for instance. And so, from my perspective, I see a lot of self-reflection amongst Tibetan thinkers and authors, both at the time and as they've kind of, progressed, not progressed towards some better future, but rather just developed, historically, that there's a lot of awareness of those kind of sociological factors that you're pointing to. That's my impression.
Yeah, it's hard to answer your question because I think there are two parts to it. One is that every society also adapts and changes at its own pace and time, right? And I think that that has to be one thing that we keep in mind. And the other that, China's sort of, the whole liberation kind of thing doesn't really, is not a valid answer at all, right? Or a solution to this point that you're trying to make. So it doesn't quite, I'm not answering your question, but I'm also sort of maybe posing that to some extent it's an unfair question. I think change would have come at some point, hopefully, but that's something we don't know at this point, right? I think Dalai Lama was making the changes. But I do understand the intention of your question.
It's unfortunate that, Tibet didn't get the chance to change on our own, right? Like would have happened with other nations and other cultures. But I would suggest, actually, there's this book that is coming out, Echoes from Forgotten Mountains, Jamyang Norbu's Echoes from Forgotten Mountains, a Tibetan tale of war and peace. And that will answer your question, that book, which is like, this amazing writers, like magnum opus. It's the book has been writing over the last 50 years. Basically, it answers all of those questions and it dissects what went wrong, what happened, but also it sort of puts, it tells like the scope of 20th century Tibetan history. It talks about why Tibet fell, but also it talks about the resistance movement that Tibetans across the plateau raised against the Chinese occupation. And basically, the mistake that Tibetans made was to be invaded before the Korean War instead of after the Korean War. Like really, if you look at 20th century geopolitics, that was our mistake. Which is a really unfortunate fact of history. If the invasion of Tibet had happened after the Korean War, the entire geopolitics calculus of Asia would have changed. And we would have this counterfactual of maybe Tibet would be a free nation today. It's just, read the book. It's wonderful. I urge all of you to read it. Echoes from Forgotten Mountains, Jamyang Norbu. Thank you so much for being my audience.
That was fabulous. Hold on, we have a gift to give to all of you, and what a very moving session. Thank you so much. So we're going to take a brief break. We'll start again in about 7-8 minutes. The bookstore will stay open until 7:30, and we have many of these books. Also, Shashi Tharoor's books. So if you want an opportunity to get them and have them signed, please do go up to the bookstore. Join us also after the next session. We have a wonderful music concert and then a reception. So it's a full day here at Asia Society JLF. So see you in about 7 minutes. right, take a seat. Silence your phones. Feel free to tweet. I'm so delighted to introduce Shashi Tharoor in conversation with Seema Sarohi, presented by NDTV. Well, I was going to read a bio, but I think I should let them just take off, and we will listen and share ideas, and then have Q&A at the very end. Thanks so much.
Okay, welcome everyone, and a very good evening to you. I promise this is going to be scintillating and provocative. What else?
She can fulfill that promise, I won't have to.
How can it be otherwise when Shashi Tharoor is my guest? A Renaissance man with interests so wide and repertoire of books so large that if I were to talk about just a few of them, I think it'll exhaust our time. So, but I'm sure you will refer to some of your books in the answers to...
Depends on what you ask, Seema.
to give a flavor to our audience. This evening, we're going to discuss the complexities of India, the tensions and harmonies within. Is it India or Bharat? I'm sure you're familiar with the latest controversy over the name, which itself wraps many paradoxes. But for the ease of doing business this evening, we're going to stick to India. Is that okay?
Sure, but I would be very happy to address that controversy. A totally unnecessary controversy, I might add.
So Mark Twain famously described India as the cradle of the human race, the land of dreams and romance, of fabulous wealth and fabulous poverty, of splendor and rags, of palaces and hovels, the country of 100 nations and 100 tongues, the sole one country under the sun that is endowed with an imperishable interest for alien prince and alien peasant, for the lettered and ignorant, the wise and the fool, rich and poor, and so on. Fast forward to modern times, and we have a rather prosaic version of the same idea in the words of Cambridge economist Joan Robinson, who said, "Whatever you can rightly say about India, the opposite is also true." So let's try to unpack some of it. India has shown quite powerfully that how democracy can flourish despite a multitude of languages, religions, ethnicities. After 7 decades of a largely successful democratic experience, democracy has gone deep into our society. The electoral system is institutionalized, there is peaceful transfer of power, and candidates don't question election results, unlike in some other places that we know of. So there's better representation of marginalized groups, more devolution of power to the village level. Yet, there is a parallel trend these days, a certain erosion of liberal democratic values. One top government official tried to explain and try to justify this by saying the backsliding as a case of too much democracy and too much federalism too quickly. Now, are these phenomena interlinked? Does one lead to another? Or has democracy not gone deep enough? What would you say?
Well, I think it was in the process of going pretty deep, but you know, Seema, I'd be very honest, what the international professional observers of democracy have seen in India recently is what has led the VDEM Institute, the Varieties of Democracy Institute in Stockholm, to actually declare India an electoral autocracy. That is, if the elections are free and fair, but how the government conducts itself between elections is a good deal less than democratic. Now, what does that mean? It means there is unfortunately pressure on the media, which we've seen repeatedly. There's an Indian-American editor who lost his job after he ran a hate tracker in a daily newspaper. There is, I'm afraid, example after example of stories disappearing from websites of major national publications. Yesterday, an NDTV journalist was fired for tweeting about a story that was suppressed. I mean, you've got issues up and down in the media. The autonomous institutions, which were meant to be the repositories of neutrality and integrity above the political fray, have all been to a greater or lesser degree brought to heel by the government of the day. To the extent that their autonomy has been hollowed out, their credibility to uphold democratic values is in question. And with all of this going on, we've also seen some fundamental challenges to the basic assumptions of Indian nationhood that people like me grew up with, which is that we're seeing the othering of a particular minority, the Muslim community, in ways that was unthinkable. I mean, things that would not have been said in private behind closed doors are now being declaimed loudly from political platforms in public. And that sort of thing is, frankly, shame-making and has led many of us to question whether we are indeed the land that, as a true democracy, offers a home to people of every stripe, every complexion, every language, every religion, and every kind of political opinion. That's what's become worrying. I mean, you've seen think tanks coming under terrible pressure, civil society organizations losing their tax status, their funding, their right to obtain foreign contributions. All of these things have also undermined the ability of other voices to grow and flourish in our polity. You asked for it, so I'm giving you a very candid answer. We're going around talking of ourselves as the mother of democracy, which is a claim others can also make, the Greeks in particular. But I don't think there are too many mothers who would treat their children this way.
True. So let's look at politics for a minute. On the one hand, since you're a politician, I think we need to talk about politics also. On the one hand, there is a commitment by all political parties to sort of reduce the pernicious effects of the caste system. Yet, come election time, and parties will choose candidates based mostly on caste calculations. Finding the right candidate from the right caste has become a delicate and fine art. You've been in politics long enough. How do you look at this massive contradiction?
Oh, there's been an amazing change from the assumptions about caste in our country. In the 1950s, I think it's fair to say that people like Jawaharlal Nehru assumed caste would simply disappear. Dr. Ambedkar could write and speak of the annihilation of caste as a practice. Today, we are very far from all of that, because what's happened is indeed that political parties discovered that caste could be mobilized as an instrument of political loyalty and political support. And as a result of anything, the Indian electorate and the Indian public are more conscious of caste than ever. We've also had the expansion of the reservation facility, initially written into the Constitution for 10 years, and only for the scheduled castes and tribes, the former Dalits and the Aboriginal people of India, the Adivasis. They had reservations. Initially, reservations, by the way, for the Americans here are quotas, guaranteeing places in government jobs, in parliament, in universities, in medical colleges, and so on, to members of those communities. So that's been extended indefinitely. But in 1989-90, you had the addition of reservations for the so-called other backward classes, which are in fact intermediate castes by caste name. And the result now is that there's a tremendously solid vested interest in all of this, which means that far from caste disappearing, political parties are now calling for a caste census. They say, since our privileges and rights are being encoded through caste, let's know exactly how many of us there are. And for many, this is a potentially explosive issue.
So it'll never go away, you think?
It doesn't look like it. I remember saying to an American friend. All of you live in New York and you know the subway system and the third rail. Well, talking about getting rid of caste from Indian politics, it would be the third rail of Indian politics. Touch it and you get electrocuted instantly. So everyone, frankly, sits around accepting that this is part of the idiom now. There will be appeals to voters on the basis of caste. As you said, candidates will be identified based on how much support their caste might mobilize for them. You also have the cliche now that when you cast your vote, you vote your caste. But that isn't totally accurate, because obviously no caste functions as a monolith, and individuals of a certain caste affiliation could still have other political preferences. But it becomes a very significant factor. And of course, you might have an election in which two people of the same caste, but representing different parties, are competing against each other. And then caste alone is not enough, but it simply is a factor.
And it's showing up here in the United States as well, problems of caste.
Well, yeah, I know that's become a major controversy now, but I think the idea that you should not discriminate against people on the basis of anything, including caste, is to me unexceptionable. But I think some have seen the use of caste in anti-discrimination legislation as actually a way of discriminating against the Hindu community. And that's got to be resolved, I think, within the Indian American community before it's settled and before it's taken out into the wider community. But discrimination of any sort is wrong, and in the Indian Constitution says the same thing. So recognizing, for example, people of the former untouchable caste for the purposes of positive affirmative action is fine. We have the world's oldest and farthest reaching affirmative action program. But discriminating against them is unconstitutional. So you can actually draw a line between identifying a caste identity and at the same time using it negatively against people. But it's not an easy minefield to navigate. And I agree with you that certainly that would be one of the paradoxes. We're sort of thrusting madly forward into the 21st century, but we are still very mired socially in a 2,000-year-old institution.
Right. Now let's look at the economic picture. India has some of the richest and some of the poorest people living within eyesight of each other. The disparity is stark. India has become one of the most unequal countries in the world. Just 5% of Indians own about 60% of the country's wealth, according to Oxfam, and more than 40% of the wealth created from 2012 to 2021 went to 1% of the population. And only 3% of the wealth trickled down to about 50% at the bottom. The combined wealth of India's 100 richest has touched a staggering $660 billion. This is perhaps the most troubling of all paradoxes, at least to me. The surprising thing is not how violent India is, but how peaceful given the inequalities. I mean, what's going on?
I mean, you're totally right in all the facts you've cited. I can add to those. In fact, I believe the wealth of the 4 richest Indians combined exceeds that of the majority of member states of the United Nations. Because the combined GDPs of a majority of member states of the United Nations. And of course, while we have more dollar billionaires than any country in Asia, including China and including Japan, which has been richer for longer, nonetheless, we have more people living below the poverty line than both Japan and China combined. So we've got these paradoxes. You mentioned figures for inequality. Why is it all peaceful? Well, I think partially, of course, the electoral democracy aspect does help, because you have a periodic sort of valve to let off pressure on the pressure cooker, and that's a very useful role that democracy can always play, is that if people have reason to be unhappy and they want to seek change, they can vote for it. They don't have to pick up guns to fight for it. And that's always a worthwhile thing. But I was thinking as you were reading that Mark Twain quote, how little of those paradoxes has actually changed in 100 years.
Right.
I mean, everything you've said, I'm afraid, still remains true, and we can add to a few more. I mean, the fact that we are shooting rockets off into space while a lot of people are still trundling around in bullock carts. That we have some of the world's leading software engineers and technologists in the cutting edge fields that Silicon Valley is famous for. And we also have farmers who are using agricultural techniques that haven't changed much in 1,000 years. With the kind of implements and animals and carts and so on that they would have used 1,000 years ago. That's still going on. So we've got all of these paradoxes that we can talk about. It's what can I say? It's a situation that is not easy always to explain. But partially we have learned, I think, over the years to live with various contradictions. In fact, I mean, it's often amusing that, you know, if you walked on an Indian street, you'd think everybody's in a hurry, and yet no one ever seems to be on time, right? I mean, that's also part of the paradoxes of India, where an uncle of mine could bitterly remark, you know, in this country you can't go forward unless you're a backward. And in fact, you know, there's the opposite as well, as we've talked about in our earlier question. There is, frankly, a real challenge when it comes to the questions that you've tried to talk about. But one can also talk about our society and the paradoxes. Somebody once said, and I'm sure you can bleep this out when I quote it, but India is the only country in the world where you can piss in public but can't kiss in public. And that's also part of us, part of the paradoxes of our society. And as a woman pointed out, ours is the only country where it's dangerous to talk to strangers, but okay to marry one. So when you talked about the paradoxes of India, I mean, we live with all of these contradictions, and that's just some more of them.
So is it something in our DNA that allows us to live kind of somewhat comfortably? What is it? Is it our religion? Is it like Hindus think a different way? What is it?
Yeah, but this Hindus think a different way, I think, can be taken too far. I mean, I've always been a bit skeptical about Hindu fatalism, because Hindus go to temples and pray for their kids to ace the exams and get a good job and all of those things.
And they also go to church and
yeah,
sometimes...
and the churches and masjids and gurudwaras and everything else.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that people want the same things everywhere. I don't really think that we are, if you're born a Hindu, you just accept your fate. No, you work as hard as you can. We're a very competitive society, as you know, particularly when it comes to things like examinations and so on.
Right.
As I think Mr. Narayanamurthy famously pointed out in the 60 Minutes interview, Harvard has an acceptance rate of 10%. The IITs have an acceptance rate of 0.001%.
Right.
So, I mean, you know, we have an intensely competitive society. People are striving. People are working hard. I wouldn't say that you know, Hindus think that way, but we do have paradoxes. I mean, Hindus worship goddesses all over the country and yet seem to despise having daughters. There's the built-in societal preference for a son every time, and the way in which daughters are often mistreated as they're brought up is startling in a country where you know, the worship of the goddess in her various forms is so widespread. So that's a contradiction. Don't we see that? Right. We don't, apparently.
Yes. Okay, moving on.
I knew I was crossing some lines somewhere.
So we look at India's foreign policy for a minute. There again, you notice the contradictions right from the early days. India was non-aligned but during the Cold War, it was able to maintain a working relationship with both the United States and the Soviet Union. Today, it's a member of the Quad, or the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, which is made up of the US, Japan, Australia, and India. It's also a member of I2U2, which is Israel, US, India, and the United Arab Emirates. Both groups are attempts to create a favorable balance of power. On the other hand, India has this old friendship with Russia and is buying oil like there's no tomorrow. So I know the foreign minister has tried to explain it as India has to look after its people, its economy, its national interests. Yet in the West, there is a lot of difficulty with that position.
Not really.
I was coming to that. I was coming to that. We just had a G20 summit where President Biden seemed to have, and the West in general, seemed to have climbed down a bit from their position. So this brings me to like, how has India managed to straddle the middle, to walk on this tightrope? Has it managed to educate the big powers on how to live with contradictions? Is it deft diplomacy? I mean, why are major powers willing to accommodate India?
Okay, well, there's a lot of things in what you've said that need to be unpacked. First, on the question of non-alignment and so on, as far back as my last years in the UN, I started talking about the world moving away from notions of non-alignment to those of multi-alignment. And I'm very pleased that though I floated that when I was a minister in the government, and it didn't quite catch on at the time, subsequently it does seem to have begun to come into vogue, and Foreign Minister Jaishankar is using that word, and the first time he did so, he attributed it to me, so I'm very happy to take credit for it. What I meant by that is...
Good for him that he attributed, remember to attribute it to
That's right, but let me explain what I meant and why I think it's exactly what's happening. We've moved away from the binary world of the Cold War era. We are in a world that is really much more like the World Wide Web, this networked world in which I'm connected to you, and then you're connected to him, but I'm not necessarily connected to him unless there's some other issues in which we need to be connected. We all have these multiple connections all over the place, and that, in a very simple way, gives us a world where multiple alignments are possible. Now, in India's case, for example, the paradoxes that Seema was hinting at include not just the one she's mentioned, but also, for example, the fact that we were a leading voice in the G77, which is sort of the global trade union of developing countries, as well as a key player in the G20, which is the management, as it were, of the world macroeconomy, that we were a loud voice in the non-aligned movement, railing against the colonial oppressors of the Western world. And now, at the same time as we were doing that, we were also a loud voice in the community of democracies, alongside the very Western countries that we were criticizing in the non-aligned movement. We've been fighting for some years now a permanent seat in the Security Council, but at the same time, we have an understandable focus on our immediate neighborhood with all the dangers and challenges that represent. So these paradoxes are widespread. And if you look at the way in which we've been trying to navigate this multi-aligned world, our foreign minister meets every year with his counterparts from Russia and China in something called RIC. Then he adds the Brazilians and South Africans to it, and he gets BRICS. Then he takes out the Russians and the Chinese, and he gets IBSA for South-South cooperation. And to that he adds China, but not Russia, and he gets BASIC for environmental negotiations. And these are all formulations in which India has a vital role to play, not merely because its name so conveniently begins with that indispensable element in every acronym, a vowel, at least until today, but also because obviously India has something to contribute to each of these groups and has something to gain from each of them. So that's the kind of multi-alignment that I see taking place in the world, and in that, yes, we do live with a lot of contradictions. Now, on your specific example of Russia, Ukraine, oil, and so on, frankly, I think the West, after their initial protestations, very quickly accepted what was going on for two reasons. I mean, the assumption always was that the West was tolerating this because India was indispensable in the larger, bigger picture as a counterweight against China, but it's much more than that. There are economic reasons as well. India buys a dramatically larger quantity of Russian oil and gas, but as a result, it keeps global oil prices stable. Because if India wasn't a customer for all of this Russian oil and gas, and that was taken off the market, if sanctions were upheld everywhere, the remaining oil would have more people, including India, demanding for it, and the prices would go up. So all of us would be paying more at the pump, even in New York, if India wasn't buying Russian oil. That's one very important consideration which the West has realized. The second thing people don't realize, is that all this comes into India, is then refined and processed in India. Right. And you know who's been buying all the increased refined output? the US and the UK. Forget the Europeans, the US too. So the fact is that there are contradictions also in the way in which the world has been reacting to all of this. But in many ways in diplomacy, it is considered a virtue to be acceptable to both sides of an equation. If you can talk to both people, I certainly feel that at the appropriate time, India should leverage its decent relations with both sides to try and promote peace in this conflict. At the moment, I'm not sure the situation is ripe for peace right now. But certainly, India would be in a position to make more of a difference as a peacemaker, precisely because it hasn't burnt its bridges with either side. That's the only good thing. I was a bit of a heretic in the Indian political space as the one Indian parliamentarian, in fact, the only one in the debate in Parliament on Ukraine, who criticized the government's policy, and particularly its somewhat mealy-mouthed articulation of its policy initially at the UN. The articulation has improved considerably since then. And I had justified my reasons in an article in Foreign Affairs magazine about a year ago. So there's a lot there that I don't fully subscribe to, but I've understood why a year later the policy still holds good and why it's broadly consensual within India. It just needs to be put across in a way that's perhaps less belligerent or hostile to other countries and much more willing to accommodate everyone's concerns and point of view on this.
I think I would add to that the way the world has changed, especially geopolitically, that the West no longer dismisses a country like India and the global South anymore, like it once used to. The Americans used to just dismiss India as, oh, you're in the Soviet camp and you have nothing to add except to complain you're a giant headache in our head and just go away somehow. Pakistan is so much better, easier, etc. But today, I see a real dramatic change. The West is actually listening to how India is articulating the needs and compulsions of the global South, which the war has exacerbated.
Absolutely. In fact, the war has affected countries far, far away. Many African countries have had a crisis when it comes to the rise in commodity prices, the difficulty of obtaining enough wheat, because Ukraine and Russia put together used to account for 40% of the world's grain exports and wheat exports in particular. And given all of that, many, many countries have suffered. There's a food crisis. There's also a debt crisis in many developing countries.
Right.
So all of this undoubtedly, Seema, is definitely exacerbated by the war. One could talk about a number of other aspects of India's foreign policy as embodying paradoxes, but I would say that broadly speaking, what's interesting is that this has been effectively leveraged into what the government is able to portray to its voting public as a success story, most recently at the G20. So we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out. But on the global level, I don't see much public criticism anymore of India's stances and all this. Ukraine was not happy, I understand, with the Delhi Declaration, but they will probably end up swallowing their disappointment because the rest of the countries that went along with the declaration account for an enormously large percentage of their own support base as well in Ukraine.
Right. I mean, they'll have to swallow this one because the G7, Europe, America, they joined hands mainly because they wanted this G20 presidency to be successful. And because if India had not produced a communique, a joint declaration, that would have been India's failure, and that would have meant another country's victory. We shall not name that country, but you know what I mean. You didn't mention anything about your books in any of the answers.
Look at that, how modest I've been.
I know.
Well, one person I mentioned in one of my answers, Dr. Ambedkar, was the subject of my last book published in the US, which is brought out by Manchester University Press, The Life of Dr. Ambedkar and his extraordinary contributions as somebody coming from the Dalit community and at the same time being sort of India's James Madison as the chairman of the drafting committee of the Indian Constitution. His legacy is what that's all about. It's striking. Many Americans don't realize this, but Dr. Ambedkar today has become perhaps the only figure I can think of in Indian contemporary politics who has grown in stature since his death. He died 67 years ago as a fairly controversial figure who'd lost more elections than he'd won. And today he is literally, you can put a halo around him because he is unchallengeable. Every party tries to lay claim to his legacy. And it's quite striking when you think about how much, there's another paradox, if you like, of how much he has grown in stature. There was a poll that 2 television channels conducted about 10 years ago for the greatest Indian of the 20th century. And none of the names that you might predict, you know, Gandhi, Nehru, etc., made it. It was Dr. Ambedkar who was elected in a poll in which 20 million Indians voted. So there's something there, and there's probably more statues of him in India than that of any other Indian, with the possible exception of Mahatma Gandhi, but somebody has to go and do a statue census to confirm that. But certainly every village, every street corner, I mean, not every street corner, but every neighborhood in every city will have a bust at least of Dr. Ambedkar somewhere, if not a full-fledged statue of him standing in his 3-piece suit with a constitution in his hand. And that's been quite striking as well. You want to talk about Bharat versus India? I'm happy.
Yes.
No, I mean, I think first of all, the controversy is totally unnecessary because the Constitution actually resolved this issue. The Constituent Assembly debated it because the nativists wanted Bharat, and the sort of more dominant voices led by Nehru wanted to preserve India. So they settled on a perfect compromise. The Constitution speaks of India that is Bharat. So both names are equally valid. And there's Article 52 that says there shall be a president of India, and the Hindi version says Bharat ke Rashtrapati, that is the president of India in Hindi. And many Indian languages use Bharat or a form of Bharat, Bharatam and so on, as the name for the country. So it was actually working perfectly well. And I think one of the great things that Nehru understood, or 2 of the great things that he understood at that time, was that by remaining India, India established itself as a successor state to the British Raj in India, from which Pakistan was seceding. Right. If we had adopted the name Bharat and Pakistan had been Pakistan, then India would have been the name for the collective subcontinent, but no longer for any one country. Right. And even legally, that would have been problematic. Secondly, there is the undoubted fact that that India is a name that's been around for a very long time and that is redolent with history and with various associations. The defenders of this proposed change in the ruling party say that India was imposed on us by British colonialism and it's part of our colonized mindsets we need to get rid of. I'm sorry to say that it's completely wrong. The name India exists for a couple of thousand years, when the British were still running around in skins. Far from colonizing any of us. And if you go back to 2,000 years ago to the writings of Herodotus, Megasthenes, the Greek historians, they spoke of India. The idea is that the river Sindhu, or Indus, was the defining element. What lay beyond was India. And interestingly enough, the Persians couldn't pronounce the S. So the Sindhu, the people beyond the Sindhu, they wanted to call them by some name, so they said they're the Hindus. Yeah. Now, if you start abolishing the name India, you'll have to start abolishing the term Hindu as well. Yeah. And no longer will the BJP be able to announce, say with pride that you are Hindu, because that's exactly the same etymology as saying, say with pride that I'm Indian, which I do, and we've all been doing for 75 years.
I think the idea is, because I was listening to the foreign minister explain it in one of the TV interviews, the idea is just to introduce Bharat more prominently in the national discourse. He was saying that many countries have 2 names, right?
Germany and Deutschland.
Yeah.
But Japan, it's Germany in English and internationally, and it's Deutschland within
So I think what he was hinting at is that, like, the Japanese call their country Nippon, and so we'll call our country Bharat, but for outside purposes, for the rest of the world, it'll remain India. Because if you change India to Bharat officially in the UN, the Pakistanis will lay claim to the name.
They could.
That will be the biggest irony of it all, So who knows? I think it's mainly.
No, but in that case, the entire thing is completely pointless because we already have the right to use both names.
they're introducing it into the public discourse. I think that's how I read it. I don't know, but I could be wrong.
It's just the mix-up, you know, Mr. Modi sitting behind a nameplate at the G20 that said Bharat in Roman letters, which frankly made no sense because, or the president issuing her official invitations as the president of Bharat. I mean, that's actually a contradiction of Article 52 of the Constitution. She's the president of India, or if she wants to write her invitation card in Hindi, she's the Rashtrapati of Bharat. But she can't possibly mix the two up. It really doesn't make any sense. And that's the flaw in this nativist assertion of Bharat.
But you know, the BJP is pretty good at mixing things up. The
It
Lotus...
is a weapon of mass distraction, I have to tell you. You know, they love coming up with these controversies that take us away from the real problems facing the country today, a few months before a general election, where the issues of unemployment
Look at the G20. The symbol was the lotus, which happens to also be the...
That of the ruling party, yeah. And in fact, Mr. Modi's picture, some journalists calculated, occurred every 50 meters in every corner of India. I'm sorry, every corner of the capital, Delhi. Every 50 meters, you could see Mr. Modi's picture as part of the G20 promotion. Do you know that we spent 10 times more than the Germans did to run our G20? And, you know, we have, what, 1/7 the per capita income of Germany? So it really seems a bit, extravagant, but it, again, is being weaponized as publicity for the ruling party. And I'm sure the Cricket World Cup, where all the key matches are taking place in the Narendra Modi Stadium, will also be an instrument of ruling party publicity. I mean, that's the way it works. But, you know, we're going to see how effective all this is when the voters actually cast their ballots.
Right. But, I mean, to be fair, they did manage to push India's foreign policy forward in many, many areas. I mean, I know it was weaponized as, you know, as if nobody else ever had the presidency of G20. It's India's the first country to do so, but they did manage it well. I'll have to, you know, acknowledge that. Would you?
Yeah, no, I did. I have acknowledged the fact that, particularly pulling off the agreed declaration, which many people thought would not be possible, was a very, very successful act of adroit diplomacy. I think you're getting the signal that it's time for you to open up to the audience here.
Yes. So, questions, please. Okay, a gentleman right there in a Nehru jacket.
My God, your eyesight is better than mine.
Modi jacket, sorry.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Sohail.
I think what you might need really is a flak jacket more than anything else, but anyway.
Fair enough. Thank you so much for your words and your incisiveness dealing with these murky topics that we're all trying to parse. My name is Sohail. I'm from Kerala. And my question is about another paradox, the paradox of Kerala. Kerala recently has been subject of a lot of attacks and criticism from certain quarters of Indian political discourse. Now, how much of that criticism do you think is warranted and people from Kerala, you and myself, should take seriously? And how much of that do you think is completely unwarranted? And if at all, are there any lessons that maybe Kerala can teach?
Well, you know, it depends on the point of view that the critic is coming from. So, for example, you know, if you look at those who sort of denounce the place as a hotbed of communism, literally they're right. It's the only state in India ruled by the Communist Party, and the communists have won re-election. But if you look at what they actually practice, there isn't a communist practice in their entire repertoire. So. What are we talking about? This is a party that's stuck to an old label, but which is very much moved with the times and is extremely in bed with the capitalist classes, as it were. So that's again a question. There is the other criticism that Kerala is a place where you can't do business because we have the most advanced labor rights in the country, and of course we also have the most hyperactive unions who will show up with red flags the moment you try and start a factory and so on. Now there is some justice in that criticism, because I've actually spent some time trying to promote investments in Kerala, and a heck of a lot of investors, including people like you of Malayali origin living abroad, have refused to invest in Kerala because they don't believe their investments would be safe. And that's something I believe desperately needs changing, because what I'm seeing today is young people like you leaving the state in very large numbers. They can't wait to graduate and get out of there because they feel their prospects for jobs, for advancement are so much more limited in Kerala. I remember a young man, when I asked him why he felt he needed to go outside the state, he said, "What's there for me here? Isn't it a retirement home? Isn't Kerala an old age home?" is what he actually said. And that kind of concern is real. I believe all criticism should be taken seriously. Look behind it to understand what exactly people are saying and see whether some of it can be addressed. I mean, the great Kerala model we've all talked about sometimes does rest on some illusions. For example, we have the country's highest literacy rate. That's not illusory. That goes back a couple of 100 years of practice in Kerala. We have a very well-organized civil society and a lot of excellent community responses and so on and so forth, all of which works very well. But it's also true that as you look at the way in which Kerala has grown up and developed, there are a number of things that are sustained entirely by remittances from us having exported our unemployment. Our people have gone off and worked in the Gulf, have worked in other cities in India, sent money home, and that's what sustained this high ranking in the Human Development Index. The day those countries decide they don't need Keralites anymore, or expatriate labor anymore, we would be in very, very serious trouble. And we should actually take this window to try and create the institutions and practices that would make Kerala viable, even if tomorrow all our expatriates had to come back.
Okay, the lady there on the left, please.
Thank you. My name is Manju Kak. I come from Delhi. My question is that it is well known that the centrist approach of the Congress party, which Patel symbolized, had its roots in a very Hindu consciousness. Somewhere along the line, the Congress party abandoned that for vote bank politics. That was obviously harnessed by the current dispensation through a genuine sense of grievance of the aspirational, what you call, people who occupy Bharat and not India. Why has your party not been able to harness that, considering it is important and topical, and relegated that political space only to the domination of the RSS? Is there any genuine political reason, I'm not talking about the philosophical reason, but any genuine political reason for that?
Well, I mean, you are asking in a sense the wrong person, because I actually have written a book called Why I'm a Hindu, which is available in the US. And since Seema has been accusing me of not publicizing my own books enough, let me flag this one to you. It actually explains my Hinduism, and I believe the Hinduism of the vast majority of people who've grown up in the Hindu faith in India. But I think it's also because of my political conviction that you can't win the argument with Hindutva from a purely secular standpoint, that you really do have to enter into the discourse, as I have done, to argue that Hindutva is a distortion of real Hinduism. And the Hinduism of Swami Vivekananda and others that I have tried to articulate and that most Hindus have grown up with is actually a very inclusive Hinduism, and not the Hinduism that these chaps practice, which has reduced the soaring majesty of the faith into something akin to the hooligan, the sort of the petty parochialism of the British football hooligan, who goes on saying, "If you don't support my team, I'm going to bang you on the head with my placard." I mean, that's not Hinduism, but that's what the Hindutva movement has reduced it to. Now, going back to your question of why has the Congress not stuck to that, it's partially because secularism had become an article of faith. I don't accept the notion of vote bank politics being an exclusively Congress failing, because every party was playing this game. As Seema mentioned, some were appealing to certain castes, some were appealing to certain linguistic groups, some to certain religious groups, and some were trying to see if they could construct coalitions of different interests. And perhaps it's not entirely wrong to say that at some stage, Congress politicians may have thought it useful to appeal to Muslim votes by appeasing, quote unquote, a word I don't like either, the most sort of conservative elements in those communities and telling them that they would be safe as long as they voted for the Congress. Be that as it may, obviously that's the shelf life of that approach has ended with the elections of 2014, if not even earlier. By the 90s already, you saw a significant shift in the voting pattern. I think what the Congress is now trying to do, rightly in my view, is to move the debate beyond Hinduism and its practice, since 80% of the population is Hindu anyway, into the issues that matter to all people, whether you're Hindu or not. The fact that you don't have jobs right now, that we have the highest recorded rate of unemployment ever since figures began to be kept. The fact that in India, which is a low-tolerance country when it comes to inflation, we have a pretty high inflation rate. That means that most people are no longer able to afford the regular purchases that they went to the marketplace for, even fruit and vegetables. So all of these issues which cut across into sort of what the West would call bread and butter issues for people, those are the issues on which we want to run, rather than enter into sterile debates about faith, about whether we are appeasing one group or another group, whatever else. Everybody at the end of the day needs to eat, needs to live, needs a job, needs a chance to thrive. And we will, of course, insist that that should be irrespective of their religious origin. So the Congress's attitude is very much that, yes, every Muslim should feel safe with the Congress, but so too should every Hindu. As far as we're concerned, we would like to remain the party of all Indians as we were during the freedom struggle.
Okay, we'll go to this side of the auditorium. There's a gentleman
Last question.
right for me.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. Tharoor. Thank you for coming to New York and giving me the opportunity to at least see you face to face. My name is Punit. I live in New York, but probably connected to India a lot more than I need to be. So I'd like to address that unnecessary controversy of Bharat that you pointed out correctly. Well, there's a method to the madness, in my opinion at least. Since the coalition left the name UPA and started INDIA, India, the psyche behind every Indian would be to vote for India. And if I'm not mistaken, what BJP is doing is what every other party would do at the same time, which is use the terminology that is already in there to hit subliminally and work around it. So how is it so controversial? I mean, to me, it's not.
No, it wouldn't be if they were doing it in Indian languages. I speak of Bharat all the time when I make my speeches in Kerala and Malayalam. And the same logic applies in Hindi. It's this deliberate sort of mixing up by using Bharat, where the word India used to be used, that creates this problem. Actually, I did mischievously suggest that if their problem was with the opposition alliance calling itself India, then we could call ourselves the Alliance for Betterment, Harmony, and the sort of reconstruction of a better tomorrow or whatever. That would give us Bharat at the end, a reconstruction, and the revival of advancement for tomorrow, or responsible advancement for tomorrow. And you get Bharat, and then we can have both Bharat and India as our acronyms in English, and then we'll see whether the BJP will change the name of the country one more time. I mean, it becomes a bit fatuous, doesn't it, to get into this game? I think we were doing perfectly well for 75 years using India in English and Bharat in Indian languages, and I think we should continue doing that. The fact that we call ourselves India in every language as an opposition alliance, even though the term is originally in English, is merely a happenstance. It's going to last 6 or 8 or 9 months. After all, Mr. Modi, as the Prime Minister of India, has many, many slogans using the word India, including Digital India, Make in India, Startup India, Stand Up India, Sit Down India. I mean, got the whole lot. So I'm not sure it's going to make that much of a difference at the end of the day. But I suspect this bubble too will burst before too long, and we'll move on to grapple with the real issues facing the country.
Do you think the name of the alliance, India, got the BJP's goat a little bit?
It seems to have got under their skin because, you know, the same Prime Minister who used so many slogans with India in it started comparing the opposition alliance to the Indian Mujahideen and other sort of terrorist groups that used India in their names, which frankly seemed a bit over the top. Wouldn't you say?
I would, yeah. that was a little much. Okay, any more questions?
We're not going to allow any more questions, except if you're signing the book. Are you able to sign books?
If you have books,
we
I'm happy
have.
to sign.
So you have 10 minutes to run upstairs to the bookstore and buy the last few books that we may have. We have several of your books that have been mentioned tonight, and I highly encourage you to immediately go. Well, wait, not immediately. First, let's thank our incredible speaker. And we have a small gift that we would like to show our gratitude, part of the history and culture and tradition of JLF.
Thank you.
And again, it's been an incredible day. We have a wonderful concert that is coming up, and I would like to introduce my dear colleague and friend, Suraj.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Paradoxes of India, Shashi Tharoor in conversation with Seema Suri. Let's hear it once again for the speakers. And let me share that with you. So Dr. Tharoor has not been well from yesterday, and despite that, he's here with us for all of you and for the love of JLF. So thank you so much, Dr. Tharoor, for being here and being with us. And thank you, Seema, for sharing the conversation so well, but that's as usual you. Thank you so very much. As we come to almost the close of the festival, and we move to JLF Houston and JLF Colorado this weekend and the weekend after, on behalf of our JLF co-directors, William Dalrymple and Namita Gokhale, Sanjoy Roy, my colleagues at JLF and Team Arts, I would like to thank everyone who has made the festival possible. To begin with, all our wonderful speakers who have come from across the globe and given us these insightful conversations. So a big round of applause for all of them. Our wonderful partners, Asia Society, Rachel Cooper and Diya Radhakrishnan. Rachel and we go a long way back, and it's always fantastic to partner together and work with Asia Society. And Diya has been a new wonderful addition to the team. So thank you very much, Rachel, and thank you so much, Diya, for hosting us here in your beautiful venue and co-presenting the festival with us. Our other partners, National Arts Club, the Center for Fiction, Sundaram Tagore Gallery, thank you so much for a wonderful host for other JLF New York events, which we had yesterday between morning, afternoon, and evening. Our media partner, NDTV, knowledge partner, Vedera Institute, food partners, Brooklyn Deli and Ziba Foods, our donors, friends, supporters and volunteers, Raju and Vanita Mirchandani, Shobhai Pachani, our publicist, Meryl, and of course, all my wonderful colleagues, Sanjoy, Shorupa, Sapna, Sunil, Neha, Sammohan, Manoj, Rahul, and everyone back in India who've been working non-stop to make this festival happen. And most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, you all, you are the reason we do the festivals. Without you, we are nothing. So thank you so much for supporting literature. Thank you so much for supporting JLF. And thank you so much for being here. Having said that, we are not over yet. We have this wonderful performance by Anirudh Varma Quartet, which will start in next 10 minutes. So please stay back for that. And it will be followed by a JLF reception, which will be upstairs in the foyer. So let's close the festival in style. Thank you so much and see you around.
पिछले 16 सालों से चल रहे इस विशाल कारवां में हर साल
दुनिया के विभिन्न हिस्सों से, तमाम भाषाओं से नए नए लेखक, अनुवादक, प्रकाशक, हर तरह के किताब प्रेमी साथ जुड़ते आ रहे हैं और साहित्य का यह महाकुंभ, ये हमारा कथा सरित सागर निरंतर बड़े से बड़ा होता जा रहा है।
The 2023 Jaipur Literature Festival has been, in a word, spectacular.
I think the book gives a kind of satisfaction which nothing else does.
एक शख्स से ये जो दर्द की बातें करता है, जैसे सिर्फ उसी का है ये, शायद उसकी अपनी ही इजाद है ये और अपनी सिफत बना ली है। शायद वो शायर है, शायद वो शायर है।
Jaipur Literature Festival is really special because it's very concentrated, and not only, it's the most poetical festival in the world, the most vivid festival, and I think also the most intellectual, because you have people from all over the world.
It's like, you know, that slow release pill which makes your fever better by slow release in your body. The ideas actually osmotically keep fermenting in your brain. If the festival is able to achieve that for such a large number of people, I think it's more than fulfilling its promise.
इसीलिए मैं कई बार कहता हूँ दोस्तों, मंजिल मिलेगी भटककर ही सही, मंजिल मिलेगी भटककर ही सही, गुमराह तो वो है जो घर से निकले ही नहीं।
I brought my daughter here when I came to the festival for the second time. She was 3 and she'll be joining me in a bit. She's 13 now, and that's how things have changed, that's how things have grown, and that's how the festival has grown on all of us.
So baby, don't hold me back like a warm wind.
This feels to have its own character. It's not an offshoot of some European festival. It's not something that's been plonked here from somewhere else. It's organic. It feels very much like India. I love this place.
We come here with a certain vision, then we listen to people. They have their different ideologies, different patterns of thinking. We feel that, yes, the world is beyond our thinking.
And it's mind-blowing to go to a session you know nothing about and come back learning so much about it.
It has put Jaipur on the world map, right? People get to experience the culture, the heritage, and the idea of India at this pink city of Jaipur.
They're probably attracted not just because it's a literature festival, but it's also a really exciting, cool space to be.
But now I see such a diverse group of people, and I'm even more happier because it gives us a place to also network and talk to people, learn about their experiences.
The handmade things that we get to buy here, I think they are very unique, just like Jaipur is.
You always see a lot of young people here, so it gives you the idea that the younger generation is reading and meeting writers. Like, I didn't have the chance when I was growing up, so I feel happy for the younger people.
If you see tears in my eyes and if you feel a lump in my throat, it's there. Because it's that of happiness, gratitude, and humility that, hey, you really want me after 53 years. I can't do without you, and you can't either do without me. JLF, we're made for each other.
to hear the different ranges from across India of different traditions and different cultures, and to have that kind of performance component of the festival as part of the literary component is a really significant addition.
Today, the Heritage Night has been absolutely mesmerizing. There are no words that can describe it.
So it was surreal. I don't remember what my life was for those few hours that I was here. You know, I felt like I'm somewhere else in another parallel universe, completely elevating. Yeah, surreal is the word.
This evening, I feel like a king, you know. I feel like a king because I'm literally trying to imagine and feel the vibe.
They come here to attend the Literature Fest, so music is a bonus to them. And then if we add that with a lot of philosophy, that's what every musician relates to music as philosophy here. It's just not a bunch of musical notes or rhythmic notes, you know.
आप इतने बड़े स्टेज में आपको मौका मिल रहा है, तो आप क्या बात कर रहे हैं, आप क्या कह रहे हैं। तो आज हमने जो भी बात करी वो दिल से की, जो इन्होंने कहा कि प्रेम मिला है।
अब इसके लिए 1 साल वेट करना पड़ेगा. So that is like, really, do we have to really wait for another year to be here again? Amazing, amazing experiences we've had.
I love the idea of bringing the world to Houston. This is a very international city, and I think there's a wonderful way in which there is a great potential for the festival to engage the city as a whole.
What I've always loved about JLF was the exchange of ideas. It's people getting together and exchanging points of view and arguing and coming to new realizations. That's really, really wonderful to me and really special.
Bringing the best authors to share with the public, I think that was a very rude awakening for me.
And it's one big celebration, I feel, of writing, of literature, of music and food and drama and everything you can imagine. So I think that's a quintessential experience that any literary festival should aim to be. And you know, it's amazing that it started in Jaipur and now has come around to different parts of the world.
It was the JLF Colorado experience and so much more, where the architecture and the people and the decorations and just the history of Jaipur brings so much to life with authors from all over the world.
It's a festival that is, I think, heartwarming for many reasons. One, because it is just deeply inclusive. The other, because there's an energy and a life to it that is very contagious.
And I really just appreciate the diverse perspectives that are available, and just the different writers that get brought together through the festival here. Incredible.
You know, the discourse, the presentations, the topics that were covered, all very rich and important, and that are always enjoyed by the local community.
चुक चुकनी जी
Good evening once again. Presenting the Anirudh Varma Classical Quartet, featuring Anirudh Varma, Saptak Chatterjee, Rohan Prasanna, and Saptak Sharma. Please enjoy the music. Can we have the musicians on stage, please?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. This is our third show in the US, and thank you for staying. Tonight we'll present to you three compositions, or rather three rags, presentation in three rags. And our aim, our goal through this project is to make Indian classical music more accessible to audiences of all age groups and well, backgrounds. And so we hope you enjoy today's set. This is an Indian classical set, not a traditional set. It's a contemporary Indian classical ensemble. Normally we have different formats. We have a band format which is 10 people. Today we are the classical quartet, and we'll begin the evening with a rag called Shuddh Kalyan.
सुफल जनम तेरा रे, 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 मीठे 84 आगा मेरा सुफल जन्म तेरा रे, सुफल जन्म तेरा रे, मीठे 84 आगा मेरा सुफल जन्म तेरा रे। जन्म सुफल जन्म तेरा रे जन्म तेरा जन्म तेरा सुफल जन्म तेरा रे सुफल जनम तेरा रे तेरा रे तेरा रे सुफल जनम तेरा. So that was Rag Shuddha Kalyan. Shuddha Kalyan is essentially a combination of two rags, very popular rags in Hindustani classical music. It's the major pentatonic scale or Rag Bhupali while going up, while ascending, and it's Lydian as the Western classical scale, or Rag Yaman when we descend. The next rag that we have for you this evening is called Rag Durga. And as the name suggests, most compositions in Rag Durga are in praise of goddess Durga. And we will be presenting a couple of compositions along similar lines. The first one describes the monsoon season and how on a very dark, cloudy, rainy day, one often feels scared of being alone. In Indian literature, monsoon season is very often associated with a certain sense of fear and apprehension. And the first composition brings that out. And the second composition is, again, it's in praise of goddess Durga. सखे मोरे रोम झोम सखे मोरे रोम झोम सखे मोरे रोम झोम सखे मोरे रोम बरसे बरसे बादल गरजे बरसे बादल गरजे बरसे सके मोरे रोम झोम बादल गरजे बादल 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 गरजे बादल गरजे सखे मोरे 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 बादल गरज बादल गरजे सके मोरे रोम Thank you. Thank you. So we started with something which was sort of on the higher side of the tempo. Then we slowed things down. The final piece that we have for you is based on Rageshri. It's a very interesting rag. This will be our final composition, so things will be moving up a bit. We will be taking the tempo up. We really hope you enjoy it. It's a very traditional composition. Talks about how when it rains, this is the good side of the rain, you know. The birds are everywhere. Every forest, every garden, every tree is in full bloom. Everybody's happy, excited. We all want to step out of our houses, enjoy the rain. And this composition celebrates all of that. Rageshri. बोलन लागे कोयलिया 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 भ्रमर बन भ्रमत मधु मस 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 बोलन लागे कोयलिया बोलन ला बोलन ला बोलन लागे कोयलिया भ्रमर बन भ्रमत मधु मस बांसुरी की गूंजत गूंजत बांसुरी बांसुरी की गूंजत गूंजत बांसुरी की गूंजत गूंजत आतई सुहावत मेरा चन जया आतई सुहावत मेरा चन जया बोलन लागे कोयलिया बोलन बोलन लागे को बोलन लागे कोयलिया बोलन लागे कोयलिया बोलन लागे लागे बोलन लागे बोलन लागे कोयलिया बांसुरी की गूंजत गूंजत बांसुरी की बांसुरी की बांसुरी बांसुरी की गूंजत गूंजत बांसुरी 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 की गूंजत गूंजत बांसुरी गूंजत गूंजत अतई सुवावत बिरछन छया अतई सुवावत बिरछन छया बोला Basuri Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we finish the lineup, we had Rohan Prasanna on Sarod, Saptak Chatterjee on voice, Saptak Sharma on tabla. I am Anirudh Varma. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you JLF. Thank you Teamwork Arts. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much. We hope you enjoyed our set. Thank you.
Also, a big shout out to Rachel, to David, to Onur, and to each and everybody in the crew, in the audio department, everybody who helped set up the stage. It happened in a flash. You all saw it. We were unfortunately backstage, so we couldn't see their magic, but we know it happens. A big round of applause for the entire crew.
And on behalf...
And last, but probably the most important, you all. Thank you so much for being here, for being so patient, for appreciating it, for not leaving in between compositions. It really means a lot to us as artists. And when we're on this side of the stage, we look at all of you smiling and, you know, swaying your heads and applauding. It really feels wonderful. It's an ecstatic feeling. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for you all.
And we all thank you so much on behalf of the Asia Society and JLF. It was sublime. Thank you.
Thank you.